Warcraft, the Tree of Eternity. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Agreement with the Lizard Tribe. Seeing that Little Red's problem was solved, Euphony was relieved. But he still felt a little pain in his heart. 50,000 units of energy just gone. But in the long run, Little Red has great potential. In Warcraft, the top level 10 wild monsters are generally dragons. And Little Red has also undergone a mutation with both ice and fire attributes, so there is a lot of room for future growth. So, the level 8 magic crystal of the frost dragon lizard can be used. Anyway, this energy mine can collect 200,000 units of energy. At this time, the dark green mist shrouding Euphony has been gradually absorbed, and Euphony's huge body after the advancement is exposed to the eyes of the Warcraft and the Night Elves. Looking at the giant tree more than 700 meters high in front of them, all the Warcraft and the Night Elves are stunned, even the usually quiet Tyrant. More than 700 meters. On the earth, it is equivalent to more than 200 floors high. Now Euphony's body is no smaller than a small mountain. In addition, there were more than 50 ancient guardians around the giant tree that were a few sizes smaller. The monsters even thought that someone had secretly used magic to shrink themselves. Otherwise, how could such a tall forest appear? But looking at the other trees around that had not changed, the monsters had to admit the fact that the deformed giant tree appeared. Euphony obviously didn't know that the lizards had already determined that he was a deformed giant tree. After carefully communicating with Tyrant, he instantly understood everything that happened when he was promoted. This seems a bit exaggerated, right? There are such bloody things as monsters attacking the city when you are promoted? No, it should be that the monsters noticed the gathering of wood spirit energy and even felt the derivative of the spirit wood energy, so they rushed over and attacked the wild wolves and night elves who blocked them. However, now that I have completed the promotion, I will not emit the breath that attracts monsters, and this monster siege should have stopped. Since Euphony started to save Little Red, there have been no new monsters attacking this area. It can be seen that the battle brought by the promotion has completely passed. Euphony looked at the nearly 1,000 lizard beasts. He agreed with Tyrant's analysis. The Night Elves did not need to absorb other species. After advancing to the ancient tree and having sufficient backup energy, Euphony could quickly train new Night Elf soldiers. There was no need to recruit the lizard beasts that consumed a lot of food and might not be able to fully obey orders. They were definitely not as convenient to use as the Night Elves. However, even if they were not recruited, they could still be used. Euphony shook his head, which had become extremely huge, and spoke in a low voice to the 4 high-level giant lizards among the lizard beasts. Half an hour later, the metal giant lizards, with a trace of shock in their eyes, led the lizard army to leave the area where the Night Elves were and return to where they came from. After the death of the frost dragon lizard, the strongest metal giant lizard obviously became the leader of the lizard clan and could rule the lizard clan with his own strength. But it still felt absurd at this moment. That giant tree that almost reached the sky was alive. No, trees are alive, and that giant tree can actually talk to itself. It actually reached an agreement with that giant tree. The metal giant lizard has not reacted yet. Euphony did not have any big requirements for the lizards. He just hoped that the lizards would try their best to hunt down humans who entered the Warcraft mountains and not let any humans pass through. This is also for the consideration of not exposing the Night Elves. I have just advanced, and my strength has not yet expanded, so I can't let humans discover it. However, when the ancient tree level buildings are completed, and the arms have formed a scale, there will be fewer concerns. In addition to this, Euphony also asked the lizards to obey his orders when necessary. As for the scope of this definition when necessary, it is relatively broad. In fact, Euphony wants to help the Night Elves in case the Night Elves are discovered by humans and humans enter the Warcraft mountains to capture them. Under the watchful eyes of the holy giant wolf and Tyrant and the shock of Euphony's giant tree, the new patriarch of the lizard clan, the metal lizard, tactfully agreed to the agreement. Well, we are not following the orders of these upright creatures and those wolves, but the orders of the great dragon. Looking at Little Red who was resting beside him after the transformation, the metal lizard found reasons for himself in his heart. Of course, the threat of life and the power of Little Red could not completely guarantee that the lizard clan would obey orders at the critical moment, so Yufei still gave them some benefits. These benefits were that Yufei used the moistening technique to treat the injured lizard beasts, and by the way, he also injected a trace of Yuanling wood key into the metal lizard. Although it is gold over wood, Yuanling wood key is not an ordinary wood type spiritual energy, but one of the highest end energies that can create everything. Naturally, it will not bring any harm to the metal lizard, but instead improve its strength to the peak of level 7. The metal lizard can feel that it is about to become a legendary beast. Under this classic give a sweet date after a stick strategy, the metal lizards can be said to have reached an agreement willingly, so they will not fail to contribute at the critical moment. The Night Elves could not provide food for the 900 lizard monsters, so Yufei let the metal lizards lead the lizards back to where they came from. After solving the problem of the lizards, Yufei turned back to check the situation of Tyrande and her men. The wild wolves and the Night Elves did not suffer any major losses. The waves of monsters that attacked in front were not strong, and they were purely sending experience and magic crystals. Only a few forest wolves and 2 female hunters were killed when the frost dragon lizard was struggling to death. The gains in experience and magic crystals were huge. Not to mention the wild wolves. At this time, almost all the archers under Tyrande had reached the elite level. Although the few who were still at the ordinary level, they were already at the critical point of advancement. The situation of the female hunters was similar, with only a few still at the ordinary level. The skills obtained by the female hunters who entered the elite level are naturally constant attacks, while the archers are a few with powerful shooting, and most of them are shadow arrows. As for the number of archers with the 2 skills, Yufei did not count them at this time, because he was more concerned about something that happened. 2 archers entered the elite level in this battle. Yufei was eager to know what the difference was between the elite archers who advanced step by step from the ordinary level and the starting Avril. THANKS to Shwilin for 500 starting coins. Blood Moon Star Meteorite for 100 starting coins. Eternal Star Morning for 100 starting coins. LZC 880,210. 100 starting coins for the reward. Thanks to Yan for burning Aishana for the 5 Virgin tickets. Hongchen will try his best tomorrow. Now this is the situation. Please collect and recommend, especially for awards. Hongchen has to consider his life next month. It's expensive to live alone. A female-oriented book. Please help collect it, and it's better to vote twice. You can go and have a look at her book review section, which contains, Chapter 102 Wind and Lightning. The 2 archers who advanced from the elite level to the elite level this time happened to have one with the powerful shooting skill and the other with the shadow arrow skill. Looking at the situation of these 2 elite archers, we can predict the general composition of the archer troops in the future. Archer, level, elite attack type, piercing attack range. 800 attack speed, fast attack power, movement speed, fast armor type, medium armor, health, mana, ability, right hippogriff, requires, tamed hippogriff, not satisfied, characteristics, Eru's grace, hidden skills, super shooting. Consumes less mana and causes 250% of normal attack damage to the target unit. The interval time is 30 seconds. Wind chase. Consumes a small amount of mana and increases the archer's movement speed by 50%, lasting for 3 minutes, with an interval time of 10 minutes. The increase in attributes is not as great as Avril's. If there is no Avril for comparison, Yufei might be very interested in comparing the difference before and after the upgrade. However, after seeing Avril's attributes and then looking at the attributes of this elite archer, Yufei really can't get excited. So, he went straight to the skills. Powerful shot became super shot. This name is really embarrassing, and the damage increased from twice the basic attack to 2.5 times. According to the data after the attribute upgrade, it is close to the 9-star attack. Yufei can understand why it seems that the enhancement of this skill is not much. Just do the calculation. This 20th shooting skill increases the basic attack. After upgrading to the elite level, the archer's attack power is increased by a full star. After calculation, the damage of the original powerful shot, now the super shot, has risen from 5 stars to nearly 9 stars, which is really terrifying. However, Yufei also noticed that after the advancement, the magic value consumed by the super shot has also changed from a small amount to a small amount, and the consumption has increased. As for the newly appeared wind pursuit, Yufei understood the meaning of this skill after a little thought. Archers with powerful shooting skills are originally used as snipers. With the skill of swift pursuit, it will be very easy to chase the enemy or use kite tactics on the enemy. And Yufei has another idea. Who knows, this kind of archer can really be used as a sniper. The duration of swift pursuit is 3 minutes, and the cooldown time of super shot is 30 seconds. In this way, during the duration of swift pursuit, super shot can be cast up to 7 times. Of course, this is just an ideal state. Not to mention anything else, the magic value of the archer is a problem. But this is enough to achieve Yufei's idea. Who can withstand the attack of nearly 9 stars many times? What Yufei thought of was to really turn this kind of archer into a sniper. With the swift pursuit, this kind of archer has a strong mobility. He can shoot an arrow to change a place. If he shrinks a little, he can even grind to death an enemy with a much higher level than himself. Yufei even had the idea of training these archers into a special attack team similar to the one on Earth. The other archer who originally had the shadow arrow skill was no different from this archer in terms of attributes, except for the different skills. Shadow shooting consumes less magic points, splits the arrows into 8, each with 50% of the normal attack power. The interval is 20 seconds. Lightning combo consumes a small amount of magic points, increases the archer's attack speed by 100%, lasts for 1 minute, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. In order to distinguish the two archers with different skills, Yufei simply named the two elite archers into Wind Shooter and Lightning Shooter according to the new skills. Unlike the Wind Shooter, which is similar to a sniper, the Lightning Shooter's enhanced skills and new skills are all prepared for group combat. The Wind Shooter's super shooting and wind pursuit form a kind of kill one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles, while the Lightning Shooter takes the cluster effect to the extreme. First is the scattered shadow shot. Although the attack power of the arrow shot has become 50% of the basic attack, it has decreased a bit, but because it has been upgraded to the elite level, the archer's basic attack power has increased a lot. So after careful calculation, the attack power of the arrow shot with this skill can be said to have not decreased. However, the arrow shot by the scattered shadow shot have increased from 3 to 8, and the skill cooldown time has also been reduced by 10 seconds. In this way, if there are 130 lightning archers, they can use the scattered shadow shot to cause the attack effect of 1,000 archers at the same time, which is amazing. Think about it, this is just the attack effect of more than 100 lightning archers. What if the lightning archers are on a large scale, with more than 1,000 or more than 10,000? The key is that the arrows of the Night Elves never miss. There is no need to say anything about the lightning combo, it is purely a skill to increase output. Yufei thought that if there were other effects that increase the attack speed on the lightning archers, then their enemies might face a waterfall instead of waves of arrow rain. Although not as good as Avril, Yufei was quite satisfied with the attributes of the Wind Shooter and Lightning Shooter. After all, these two types of shooters can be mass-produced. Well, Yufei said that he had no pressure for the ridiculous names of Wind Shooter and Lightning Shooter. He now understood why the names of the professions in the novels he had read before were all ridiculous, because they were easy to think about. Okay, I admit that I was lazy. Yufei was already a woodenhead, and he didn't want to lose a few more brain cells. Looking at the other archers, Yufei found that the 2 archers who advanced to the elite level were the first 2 of the 10 archers trained, and the other 8 were also on the verge of advancing to the elite level. 3 of the 10 archers advanced to the Wind Shooter, and the other 7 were Lightning Shooters. The proportion of the 2 advanced directions of the entire archer unit is almost the same. Yufei plans to divide the Wind Shooters into small teams in the future, as scouts and snipers, playing a role similar to that of special forces on Earth. As for the Lightning Shooters, they naturally have to gather together to form a numerical advantage. The clustering effect will be most reflected in the Lightning Shooters. That's all for the archers. As for the female hunters, because they were trained relatively late, none of them were promoted to the elite level in this battle. Yufei took a casual look and then turned his attention to himself. Ahem. Can everyone help promote the Eternal Tree? It was strongly recommended, but it didn't even make it into the top 10 of the member click list. It's embarrassing that the world is despised. Thanks to Angry Rogue for 200 starting coins and Blood Moon Starfall for 100 starting coins. I'm rolling on the ground begging for collection recommendations and living expenses. A book by an old author is much better than mine. Chapter 103, Changes in Yuan Muzenju. The buildings that can be built, and the types of soldiers that can be trained, after advancing to the ancient tree are the same, but there has been a big change in his own advancement, and Yufei doesn't know if there will be any other changes. But these are things for the future. What Yufei is concerned about at this time is the progress of practicing Yuan Muzenju. During this advancement process, Yuan Muzenju went crazy, not only causing a huge change in Yufei's tree body, but also improving the technique itself. The most intuitive thing is that the amount of Yuan Ling Mu Qi that Yufei can control has increased a lot, and he can already use the intermediate spells in Yuan Muzenju. During the first migration, Yufei quantified the amount of Yuan Ling Wood Qi he could control, and the amount of Yuan Ling Wood Qi his spells consumed. Now his progress in the Yuan Ling True Art is clear at a glance. Controllable Yuan Ling Wood Qi. 50-50 skills. Primary spells. Ivy Overgrowth. Consumes 100 Yuan Ling Wood Qi * Wood Thorn. Consumes 100 Yuan Ling Wood Qi * Moisture Rising. Consumes 150 Yuan Ling Wood Qi * Planting. Consumes 250 Yuan Ling Wood Qi intermediate spells, roots, and roots. Consumes 500 Yuan Ling Wood Qi * Leaf Dance. Consumes 500 Yuan Ling Wood Qi * Secondary Plant Enlightenment. Consumes 2000 Yuan Ling Wood Qi. When Yufei migrated from the Advent base to the Wolf Dog Point Man tribe, he could control 850 units of Yuan Ling Wood Qi, and after this promotion, it increased more than 6 times. However, these 50-50 units of Yuan Ling Wood Qi are still a drop in the bucket. Compared to the Yuan Ling Wood Qi in his body, that is much more than the Tree of Life level. In addition, Yufei can use 3 new spells. These 3 new spells are all intermediate spells. You can see it from the consumption. Among them, Entangled Roots can be regarded as a super advanced version of the root entanglement skills of the vines and the Elite Ancient Protector. The consumption of 500 units of spiritual wood energy is enough to make people understand how high the binding force of this entangled root can reach. However, Yufei is a little depressed that this entangled root is the same as the vines, which are group binding skills. What he wants more is a single strong binding skill. After all, if more spiritual wood energy is consumed when releasing the vines, the effect of the vines will be strengthened. In this case, the 2 skills are equal to overlap. There is nothing much to say about the Leaf Dance. It can be regarded as an enhanced version of the Wood Thorn. The difference is that the Wood Thorn has a point killing effect, and the Leaf Dance has a piece killing effect, and the killing power is much higher. Finally, the focus should be mentioned. The Secondary Plant Enlightenment technique. This spell consumes 2000 units of Yuan Ling Wood Qi when used once, but it has no combat effects such as killing, binding, or healing. The effect of the Secondary Plant Enlightenment is to enlighten a certain plant that meets the conditions. Of course, enlightenment is a term in the Yuan Muzenju. According to Yufei's understanding of many novels he has read, this spell should mean to activate plants. Well, that's not quite right. Another way to put it is to make plants have a form similar to that of animals. In fact, when seeing the introduction of this skill, Yufei easily associated it with the little demon, enlightened by the Demon King in Journey to the West. Perhaps this skill should be renamed Tree Demon Cultivation Technique. Yufei was not in a hurry to try out the new spell, because he had more important things to do. Before, although Yufei said that he was practicing Yuan Muzenju, it was actually just transforming the Yuan Ling Wood Qi in his body and carrying out a process similar to building a foundation. After this advancement, Yufei can be regarded as a master in the practice of Yuan Muzenju. After Yufei probed his mental power into his body, he found that his wooden heart, which was originally a life space with a silver white sphere, had changed a lot. The place where the silver white sphere originally existed in the wooden heart was now occupied by a faint green light and shadow in the shape of a sapling, but through this light and shadow, a silver white sphere could still be seen floating in it. This made Eupheny feel relieved. The life space, which should now be called the ancient space, is of great significance to Eupheny. It can bring great convenience to the entire Night Elf tribe. Eupheny calmed down and put aside the idea of exploring the ancient space and began to observe the light green sapling like light and shadow. In Euphany's mental observation, the Yuanling wood key that he could control in his body was running along the wood grain in his body all the time. In the process of running, this Yuanling wood key actually drove a lot of Yuanling wood key stored in his body to run. The Yuanling wood key that he could control would gradually assimilate the other Yuanling wood key that was driven in the process of running, thereby increasing Euphany's magic value limit. But this speed is extremely slow. Only when Eupheny concentrates and devotes himself to cultivation can the assimilation speed be accelerated. But the situation is different now. The Yuanling wood key that Eupheny can control and the Yuanling wood key that is driven will pass through the light green sapling like light and shadow at the heart of his wood during the operation. When these Yuanling wood key pass through this light and shadow, Eupheny can clearly feel that some of the Yuanling wood key that is not controlled has been assimilated suddenly. Looking at the quantized data again, the controllable Yuanling wood key has become 50 to 51 units. In addition to this, after passing through the light green sapling like light and shadow, the speed of the Yuan Mu Zhenju suddenly increased a lot, and then gradually slowed down during the operation. But this has increased its speed of running a circle a lot, and at the same time, it has driven and assimilated more Yuanling wood key. Seeing the Yuan Mu Zhenju running another circle, and accelerating at the light and shadow, Eupheny couldn't help but think of the heart. It seems that, if the Yuanling wood key is replaced with blood, the wood grain is equivalent to blood vessels. Before, Eupheny's body only had blood vessels, but after the formation of the light green sapling shaped light and shadow, it was equivalent to having an extra heart. While assimilating the Yuanling wood key, it also played a role in accelerating the operation of the Yuan Mu Zhenju. According to the Yuan Mu Zhenju, the sapling-shaped light and shadow that Eupheny has now formed is actually equivalent to the golden elixir of the cultivator, which plays a role in regulating the energy of the whole body. When the color of this sapling-shaped light and shadow gradually deepens and solidifies, it can begin to grow into a complete tree instead of just a sapling. This also means that the practice of Yuan Mu Zhenju has reached another level. Now this sapling-shaped light and shadow only plays a role in accelerating practice and accelerating the recovery of Yuanling wood key. After advancing again, more wonderful things will happen. Please take a look at the author's words in the work. Related content. Thank you for the rewards this time. There are too many, and they are also included in the author's words. Recommend books. Chapter 104 Plant Enlightenment and Giant Wood Warriors. These are the changes in the Yuan Mu Zhenju. At this time, Eupheny turned his attention to the secondary plant enlightenment technique. According to the information in his mind, Eupheny knew that in addition to the consumption of 2000 units of Yuanling Mu Qi, this spell also had certain restrictions on the target of casting. The target of this secondary plant enlightenment technique is first limited to plants. This is nonsense. And secondly, it also requires that the plant on which this spell is cast must be more than 500 years old. And the older the plant, the better the effect after the spell is cast. There are requirements for the plant age. Eupheny looked at the ancient trees that he had migrated with the planting technique. These 76 ancient trees that were migrated with difficulty are all ancient trees with an age of at least 1000 years, which definitely meet the conditions for casting the secondary plant enlightenment technique. Then, let's test this spell on an ancient tree. Without further consideration, after making a decision, Eupheny directly consumed 2000 units of Yuanling Mu Qi and cast the secondary plant enlightenment technique on an ancient tree. A green light suddenly appeared on the ancient tree that Eupheny had locked onto, wrapping it up completely. Then, the green light began to shrink inward, as if it was poured into the ancient tree. The green light gradually became thinner, and the ancient tree gradually appeared in front of Eupheny. After being infused with green light, the ancient tree first expanded in size. Although it was not as tall as the ancient guardian, it was also 50 or 60 meters tall, and the trunk was also much thicker. And its branches seemed to have all condensed together, leaving only two extremely thick branches extending from the trunk, and the front end of the branches was a wooden palm-shaped fork. It looks like it has become a tree man. Yufei couldn't wait to check the attributes of this enlightened tree man. Giant Wood Warrior, a special unit, originally an ancient tree with 1,000 years of age. It was transformed by mysterious power, and became a powerful warrior. Attack type, normal attack range, melee attack speed, slow attack power, movement speed, medium armor type, reinforced armor, health, mana, skills, giant tree shock. The giant tree warrior uses its powerful strength and consumes a small amount of magic points to cause a shock attack on the surrounding ground, causing slight damage to enemies within the shock range, stunning them for 2 seconds, and reducing their movement speed to 50% for 15 seconds. The skill interval is 1 minute. Giant Tree Barrier. The giant tree warrior consumes less magic points, causing his arms to grow wildly and form a barrier. The barrier has twice the defense of the giant tree warrior, can be automatically repaired, and lasts for half a minute. The skill interval is 2 minutes. It has decisively become a tree demon now. According to the Western fantasy, it should be called a tree spirit. First of all, the giant wood warrior can move, and the moving speed is medium, not slow. Next, the attributes of this giant wood warrior are so strong. The attack power is 1 star stronger than the horror wolf, and the armor and health are also much stronger, but the attack speed is a bit slower. But looking at its extremely thick arms, it is understandable. Judging from the attributes alone, this giant wood warrior is stronger than the horror wolf, and the strength classification should be between the cloud level and the sky level. Look at the skills of the giant wood warrior. To be honest, the killing effect of the giant wood shock is not strong, which can be seen from the minor damage in the skill description. Think about it, it is just an attack on the ground, causing the ground to shake, so it naturally cannot cause any major damage. Of course, if the unlucky person happens to be hit by the wooden arm that falls down when the giant wood warrior uses the giant wood shock, that is another matter. However, this skill is not a killing skill, but can be regarded as a strong restrictive skill. Although the 2-second stun is not very long, it is a group stun. After the stun, there is a half speed effect of 13 seconds, minus the 2 seconds of stun, also for the group. Yufei had to sigh that the cost effectiveness of this giant tree shock skill is really too high. Just this giant tree warrior can hold back many enemies. And the other skill of the giant tree warrior is not a killing skill, but a defensive skill. This skill is different from the soulfire and holy protection that Yufei had before. Those two skills can be said to be a buff, not a protective skill. According to the skill explanation, this giant tree barrier forms a barrier similar to a shield for all-round defense. In Yufei's guess, this giant tree barrier should also provide protection for other units. Both skills of the giant tree warrior can be said to be auxiliary, and there is no skill that can cause a large output. But to be honest, the giant tree warrior really doesn't need any output skills. Its huge wooden arm is not just a decoration. It is needless to say that its attack power is strong. The most important thing is that its attack is a group attack. That's right, this is not a game. In the game, no matter how huge the unit is, it will generally only cause damage to one enemy unit at a time. But this is in reality. The huge wooden arm of the giant wood warrior hits the ground and creates a huge pit. Naturally, it is impossible to attack only one enemy. This is where reality is more flexible than in the game. In Yufei's opinion, after upgrading to the level of the ancient tree, he can train the peerless little bottom of the Night Elves. Oh no, it is the peerless meat shield mountain giant. Then this giant wood warrior seems to have no effect. After all, if the giant wood warrior is used as a meat shield, there is no need for this. The mountain giant is enough. Then, this secondary plant enlightenment is a waste. Yufei frowned his two vine eyebrows. No, it shouldn't be just like this. Let me think about it. Speaking of it, although the mountain giant is called a giant, it is probably less than 20 meters in height. This is naturally extremely huge for races such as humans and orcs, but compared to the ancient guardian and the giant wood warrior, it is still much smaller. Thinking carefully, the defense and health of the ancient guardian are not very high, so Yufei asked the giant wood warrior to walk in front of an ancient guardian and use the skill of giant wood barrier. Under the effect of the skill, the two wooden arms of the giant wood warrior quickly entangled together and began to expand rapidly. Soon, a wooden wall blocked the giant wood warrior and the ancient guardian behind. Let me inform you that Hang Chen negotiated with his parents last night. Hang Chen will go to school with them today to see if he can apply for a year's leave of absence. If it is possible, everything will be fine. If not, Hang Chen will not go to school and live outside by himself. If I have time tonight, I will update another chapter, but I can't guarantee that the book friends who rewarded me will be thanked in the future in the work. I will make a special reward and thank you chapter and revise it every few days, because I'm afraid that if I thank you for the reward at the end of the chapter, after it's on the shelves, people will say that I'm cheating on the word count. I'll just say this weekly. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. Please be the first to pre-order. Recommend the book. Chapter 105. Hope of establishing a sub-base. Sure enough, the barrier formed by the giant wood warrior can also protect other units. It's okay for other units, but if the giant wood warrior is combined with the ancient guardian, it will be the best match. The ancient guardian is a tree man with long range attack. It has strong attack power and a long attack range, but its disadvantage is that its armor and health are not very high, and it is easy to be destroyed by the enemy's concentrated fire attack. The giant wood warrior is thick-skinned and has reinforced armor for buildings. Unless it is a special attack weapon for siege, other ordinary attacks, piercing attacks, or magic attacks will be greatly weakened when hitting the giant wood warrior. After the giant wood warrior uses the skill of giant wood barrier, it can protect the ancient guardian. Although it is only half a minute, the concentrated fire attack is difficult to sustain. Under the protection of the giant wood warrior, the ancient guardian can pour its boulders on the enemy as much as possible. Just after evolving from the ancient protector to the ancient guardian, the attack speed of this type of ancient tree has also increased a lot. The combination of these two ancient trees can teach a profound lesson to all enemies who dare to invade Yufei's body, that is, the Night Elves tree city. So, the role of the giant wood warrior is still very large. At least the mountain giant cannot be replaced. Yufei habitually wanted to touch his chin, but suddenly found that after he became huge, it was extremely difficult to stretch his arms. Ponder for 3 seconds. Woo. No, when I was at the level of the tree of life, I could still raise my arms and stretch my waist, but after advancing to the ancient tree, even such a simple action as touching my chin, are you sure this action is simple for a tree, is difficult to do? Am I going to become a real tree? Thinking that I might not be able to move at all in the future, and can only watch the night elves running around happily, Yufei shuddered slightly. Of course, this slightly made the nearby ground tremble. No, I must find a way to allow myself to move freely. The form of this super giant tree is really too pitiful. By the way, now I can try to open a branch base. If I can open a branch base, I can occasionally transfer my consciousness to a branch base at the level of the tree of life, and then I can stretch my body. However, opening a branch base requires splitting the soul. Although Yuan Muzenchu is a top level skill, it is not possible to split the soul with the current cultivation cost equivalent to the giant stage. Moreover, let alone that I can't split the soul with my current ability, even if I can, Yufei is still afraid of pain. After all, Yufei was just an ordinary otaku on Earth, not a special forces soldier with strong endurance and willpower. Analyzing from the novels he has read, splitting the soul is painful to a certain level. And this is not a pain that can be eliminated by cutting off the pain nerves, but a pain that comes from the soul being torn apart. Yufei really has no confidence in himself. Should I just give up like this? Even if my Yuan Muzenchu is advanced to the point where I can split the soul, I'm afraid that I still don't have the courage to do it with my current mentality. Alas, the otaku mentality is at work. No, I can't do this. If I still hold the mentality on Earth and hang out in this unknown alien world, I will definitely not have a good ending. I must find a way to build a sub-base. Since I have advanced to the ancient tree, there should be a so-called soul-splitting method, right? Otherwise, it is unscientific. Isn't it fantastic? After a deep review of all the information in his mind, Yufei used his mental power to explore his body. After advancing to the ancient tree, Yufei even found it difficult to lower his head or turn his head. Even checking his body required mental power. Maybe this can be called divine consciousness? An idea suddenly popped up in Yufei's mind. Putting aside this somewhat ridiculous idea, Yufei continued to explore his tree body. Soon, he was attracted by several small blue light balls. There were 4 of these blue light balls. They were small relative to Yufei's huge body. Their diameter was about 2 meters. If you zoom out, they look like elves, but they are obviously not suitable for elves. Yufei remembered that these blue light balls were produced during his advancement to the ancient tree. In the game of Warcraft, the ancient tree does have several blue light balls around its arms, which should look like elves. But now in the alien world, it is definitely different. Originally, according to the normal size of the ancient tree, these 4 blue light balls can still surround Yufei's arms. But Yufei's advancement has undergone a huge mutation, and his body has expanded to more than 700 meters high. These 4 blue light balls, which originally looked large, were pitifully submerged in Yufei's branches. It was not until now that Yufei used his mental power to scan them that he discovered them. These 4 light balls. Yufei probed his mental power into them and searched for specific information. Later, Yufei's stiff face showed a hint of joy. These 4 blue light balls are not mutated elves, but something that can fulfill Yufei's wish to build a new base. These 4 blue light balls are 4 blank souls, and they are of the same origin as Yufei. This means that, as long as Yufei pours some basic information into these 4 blue light balls, the conditions for building a sub-base will be met. Because these 4 souls are equivalent to Yufei's soul, and they are blank, without any consciousness and information, they can be directly controlled by Yufei, and can also be used for Yufei's consciousness transfer after the sub-base is built. At this moment, Yufei was very happy. The problem of split souls has been solved. Not only does it not have to challenge the pain of split souls, but it is also not just as simple as collecting resources at more resource points. The key is that, even if Yufei's body is discovered and destroyed by other races in the future, Yufei can continue to survive. It's just a matter of changing bodies. For a Otaku, saving life is always the most important thing. After opening a sub-base, Yufei's life has been guaranteed to the greatest extent, so he is naturally happy. But now is not the time to open a sub-base. I have just upgraded to the ancient tree, and there are still many things to do. Not to mention anything else, Yufei has not yet ordered the summoning of the second shot hero that he has been looking forward to for a long time. Sinking his consciousness into the Elder's altar, Yufei investigated the changes in war trampling after advancing to the ancient tree level. After a while, Yufei's face became extremely wonderful. Damn, no, this is not right. The setting of the second issue of Elder Altar is so deceptive. THIS book will become a VIP work at midnight tonight, and Hongchen will publish more than 10,000 words tomorrow. Please order first. Speaking of which, the university affairs have been initially resolved today. Hongchen asked for leave from the school, and will not participate in the military training for more than 10 days. I will ensure the updates during this period after the listing. I hope everyone can support the book of a powerful newcomer. Chapter 106, The Surprise of the Second Shot Hero. What a bummer. It's really too bummer. Yufei felt that it was not worth it. Some time ago, he had been struggling with what second hero to choose. With the Crown of Thorns, Jungle Guardian seemed less important, so Yufei excluded him from the choice of second hero. In this way, Yufei has been struggling between Demon Hunter and Watcher. Watcher is Yufei's favorite hero when playing Warcraft 3C. Watcher can be summarized in one sentence: can escape, can chase, can fight alone, can fight in groups. In Yufei's opinion, Watcher is a relatively well-designed hero, and Demon Hunter is naturally needless to say. Everyone who has played Warcraft knows that Demon Hunter is an extremely powerful hero. Generally, the first player who plays the Night Elves is Demon Hunter. When summoning the first hero, in order to take the overall situation into consideration, Yufei chose Tyrande, the Moon Priestess, who can better improve the overall strength. As for the second hero, Yufei has been thinking about whether to choose Demon Hunter or Watcher. From a subjective point of view, Yufei prefers the Watcher. After all, the Watcher is a girl, but from an objective point of view, the Night Elves now need a powerful melee unit similar to the Emperor of the Spiny Beasts. The strength and skills of the Holy Giant Wolf are still a little bit worse. Although the Watcher is also a melee hero, she prefers to fight like a gorilla. In a head-on battle, the Demon Hunter is still stronger. Before using mental power to investigate the Elder Altar, Yufei injured the heartache and prepared to choose the Demon Hunter as the second hero. But after investigating the new information given by the Elder Altar, Yufei couldn't help but sigh. You can't play with people and trees like this, right? I have been struggling for a long time, and this is the result. According to the information in the Elder Altar, Yufei learned that the second hero is not like in the game, where you can only summon one hero, but you can summon two. But the fee still needs to be paid, and it is indeed 10 times stronger. Summoning a hero requires 40 to 50 units of energy, and 1000 units of wood, but the population only occupies 5. Nimmer. 2. Exclamation mark. Is it because one shot can summon one hero, so 2 shots can summon 2? It seems to be true. I don't know who designed these pitfalls. How Yufei sang a breath. This is good. I don't have to worry about whether to release the Demon Hunter or the Watcher. Isn't it enough to release both? Isn't it just 8500 units of energy and 2000 units of wood? Now 200,000 energy is being mined underground. Although I have been struggling for a long time, I still have to get this surprise. Under Yufei's command, the Elder Altar began to summon Demon Hunters and Watchers. The Demon Hunter came out first. A golden red flame appeared in front of the Elder Altar, and a sturdy and thin figure walked out slowly from the flame. There is a great power in his thin figure. His blindfolded eyes enable him to detect the breath of demons more sensitively. He is a tragic character of the Night Elves in Warcraft, the Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunter is a dark warrior who is excluded by the Night Elf society. He made a contract with the Dark Forces a long time ago, and he would fight to the end with his terrible power and chaotic power. He blinded his own eyes, thus gaining the ability to quickly detect demons. Although the Demon Hunter can be regarded as the most powerful warrior among the Night Elves, his selfless sacrifice is not understood by his compatriots. The Night Elves all think that the Demon Hunter betrayed the Night Elves and defected to the darkness. But now it's okay. All the Night Elves are under Yufei, the Father God. Yufei doesn't say anything, and other Night Elves naturally won't look at the Demon Hunter with tinted glasses. As soon as the Demon Hunter appeared, Yufei's eyes were fixed on the 2 weapons in his hands. The Demon Hunter has 2 weapons in his hands. One is a full moon shape and the other is a waning moon shape, which looks very cool. On Earth, people had a lot of controversy over what the weapons in the hands of the Demon Hunters were called. If the official name of Blizzard was translated directly, the 2 moon blades should be called water binds, but obviously this name was not vivid enough, so some people gave the 2 weapons other names, such as the twin blades of Azimuth, demon moon blades and flame moon blades. However, Yufei agreed with another statement, the new moon and full moon demon blades. The 2 weapons of the Demon Hunter are one full moon shaped, and the other waning moon shaped. Doesn't it fit the meaning of new moon and full moon? In addition, in the background of Warcraft, the Night Elves believe in the moon god, so this statement is still very credible. When Yufei was observing the Demon Hunter and the cool weapons in his hands, the Demon Hunter had already walked in front of Yufei's trunk, nodded slightly, and bowed to Yufei. Meet the Father God. The Demon Hunter's voice was a bit hoarse, but it also exuded an aura that kept people away from him. Although the Demon Hunter tried to restrain this aura in front of Yufei, Yufei still noticed it. Alas. Yufei sighed in his heart. What a tragic hero. Then he began to check the attributes of the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter, Illidan Storm Ridge. Illidan and Illidan are the same. Please don't get tangled up. Level 1 attack type, heroic attack power, attack speed, fast armor type, heroic armor, movement speed, fast health, mana, strength. 19 agility. 26 main attribute, intelligence. 13 skills, remaining skill points. To learn Mana Burn, release a magic energy ray, burning off a portion of the enemy's magic unit's mana, and causing damage equal to the lost mana. Learn Sacrifice, let the demon hunter be wrapped in a ball of fire, damaging nearby enemy units. This skill ends automatically when the mana is exhausted. Learn Dodge, passive skill. Let the demon hunter have a certain chance to evade enemy attacks. Learn Frenzy, passive skill. Increase your own attack speed and life recovery speed. Learn Reflection. The demon hunter summons the enemy's dark reflection to counter the enemy. The reflected enemy unit will be attacked by its own reflection. The dark reflection reduces the attack speed and movement speed of the main body, has attack power, and is not damaged. Learn Demon Transformation. Let the demon hunter transform into a powerful demon. The attack method becomes long range, and certain attributes are enhanced. To reduce the length of the data in the text, all the specific data of the skills can be found in the work related. Illidan Celebrity. Idol. Other heroes. I summoned all representatives of various heroes. Yufei was a little happy. Well, I will know whether this is the case when the Watcher comes out, but let's analyze the Demon Hunter first. Compared to the Moon Maiden Priest Tyrant, the Demon Hunter Illidan's initial attack power is 1 star higher, and so is his armor, which shows the strength of the Demon Hunter. In terms of skills, Yufei was well prepared, and indeed there are 2 more than in the Warcraft strategy version. Yufei vaguely remembers that Zealotry and Reflection are the skills of Soul Guard in Dota. Soul Guard is also a demon hunter, but it is a demon hunter who has fallen into the abyss and turned into a real demon. It is not surprising that Illidan has these 2 skills. As for the fall, I'm kidding. The Father God is here. Illidan will fall. Yufei was not interested in the specific analysis of the skills at this time. He was waiting for the Watcher girl to appear. He didn't wait long, and changes appeared in front of the Elder Altar. It was a complete replica of the demon hunter who appeared just now. A figure walked out of the flames in front of the Elder Altar. This figure was wearing a huge cloak and holding a huge ring-shaped thorn blade in his hand. It was the Watcher millimeters. Compared with the demon hunter, the Watcher was much more respectful. She walked to Yufei's trunk and bowed deeply, even letting Yufei see something he shouldn't have seen. Maev. Shadao-san pays homage to the father. Ahem. It was indeed Maev. It seemed that my guess was correct. Regardless of that, let's look at Maev's attributes. Watcher, Maev. Shadao-san level. 1 attack type, heroic attack power, attack speed, fast armor type, heroic armor, movement speed, fast health, magic, strength. 14 agility. 24 main attribute, intelligence. 19 skills, remaining skill points. To learn Knife Ray, the Watcher launches sharp flying knives to damage the surrounding enemies, causing huge damage to the enemies surrounding her. Learn Blink, let the Watcher teleport over a short distance, which can be used to quickly enter and leave the battlefield. Learn Shadow Strike, launch a poisonous beacon to damage the target and make the attacked unit continue to be damaged for a certain period of time, and the attacked unit will reduce its movement speed for a certain period of time. Learn Smoke Screen, throw a smoke bomb. Enemy units in the smoke area cannot use spells. Attacks have a certain chance of missing and reduce a certain movement speed. Learn Permanent Invisibility, make the Watcher always invisible when not attacking or using skills and items. Learn Vengeance God, create a powerful god. This god can summon invisible souls from corpses on the battlefield to attack your enemies. When the Vengeance God dies, the summoned soul will also disappear. Sure enough, the initial attributes of melee heroes are stronger than those of ranged heroes. Illidan and Maev are stronger than Tyrant in terms of attributes alone, but if it is a kite flying game, Maev may not be able to beat Illidan. Tyrant. Maev has relatively low health points, but her initial mana points are very high. This just shows that the Warden relies more on skills, which is different from the Demon Hunter. In terms of endurance in frontal combat, the Warden is obviously difficult to compare with the Demon Hunter. Chapter 107. The price of the building is too high. Maev is obviously more suitable for mobile warfare, rather than frontal combat. Yufei suddenly thought, isn't he going to use all the swift shooters as special forces in the future? Maev can be said to be the best leader. Like Tyrant and Illidan, Maev also has 6 skills. 4 of them are the skills that the Watcher originally had in the Warcraft Strategy Edition, and the other 2, according to Euphen's recollection, should be the skills of the Invisible Assassin in Dota, that is, Smokescreen and Permanent Invisibility. In Dota, Permanent Invisibility is actually the ultimate skill of the Invisible Assassin. This skill is actually a passive skill, and does not need to be cast when there is no attack or use of items. As long as the Permanent Invisibility skill is used, it will always be in the invisible state. The most speechless part of this perverted skill is that, even if the Invisible Assassin is being attacked, as long as he himself does not attack or use items, he will enter the invisible state within a few seconds. Such a perverted skill, Maiev can now learn it at level 1, which is really a bit puzzled by Euphen. However, combined with what he now knows about the situation on the continent of Esraz, Euphen understood it after a little thought. In the Warcraft game, there are not many heroes with the ability to detect invisibility. But in the continent of Esraz, many magic professions can detect invisible units at low levels, and the significance of permanent invisibility is reduced a lot, so it is not attributed to the ultimate skill. But it's okay. Even if permanent invisibility is weakened, it is stronger than ordinary skills. After all, no one will always use the spell to detect invisible units, so the significance of permanent invisibility is still very large. As for the skill of Smokescreen, it is also very powerful. First of all, spells cannot be used within the range of Smokescreen, which makes the enemy's magic units useless. You must know that the Watcher can use Flash to quickly advance into the depths of the enemy's camp. Secondly, the movement speed is reduced within the range of Smokescreen, so it is difficult for the enemy to escape. In addition, Smokescreen can block the line of sight, and has a high probability of making the enemy's attack miss. This skill can be said to be very powerful. After thinking about it, Maiev can be said to be specifically aimed at magic units. Although magic units have the ability to detect invisibility, it is not constant, otherwise the assassin would not become the nemesis of the mage. With permanent invisibility and the shadow strike skill, Maiev can easily assassinate the enemy's mage. When facing the magic units in the enemy's army, the Watcher can attack like a duck in water. One or several flashes directly break into the enemy's magic unit camp, followed by a Smokescreen, and these magic units can't cast spells. Then the knife array attacks, and then slaughters the magic units one by one. The general movement speed of the magic units is slow, and the Smokescreen blocks the vision and slows down, so they can't run away. Under Euphen's guidance, Maiev added 2 skill points at level 1 to permanent invisibility and shadow strike. But adding skills now is meaningless. In Euphen's plan, Tyrant will take Illidan and Maiev to hunt Warcraft, so that they can quickly upgrade and earn some resources. Then, Euphen turned his attention to Illidan. The skills possessed by the Demon Hunter make him a mainstay in the melee troops, playing a role similar to the Emperor of the Spiky Beast. 2 passive skills. Dodge can reduce the damage Illidan receives during the battle. Let me explain here that the Demon Hunter's dodge is not a physical displacement dodge, which anyone can do. The Demon Hunter's dodge skill has a certain chance to make the enemy's attack penetrate into the subspace. That is, the so-called sure hit attack has a certain chance that the Demon Hunter will not be hurt. Another passive skill, Fanaticism, is designed purely to enhance the Demon Hunter's melee ability. Each level of Fanaticism will passively increase the Demon Hunter's attack speed, and this increase is permanent, unlike skills such as Bloodlust, which have a time limit. Fanaticism also greatly increases the Demon Hunter's life recovery speed, which greatly improves the Demon Hunter's sustained combat ability. Combined with Dodge, it is like a fish in water. Dodge originally makes the Demon Hunter not suffer much damage, and with the increased life recovery speed of Fanaticism, the Demon Hunter's combat will be very persistent. And skills like Sacrifice, Mana Burn and Demon Transformation are all familiar to everyone, and the emphasis here is on Reflection. The skill of Reflection is the skill of the fallen Demon Hunter in Dota, that is, the Soul Guard. In a sense, this skill makes up for the shortcoming of the Demon Hunter, that there is no limit skill. Reflection will reduce the attack speed and movement speed of the enemy within the skill range, and will also form an illusion that cannot be attacked, but has a certain attack power for each enemy unit. Under the restriction of this skill, it is difficult for the enemy to escape the attack of the Demon Hunter. When Illidan reaches level 5, the Sacred Wolf can be replaced. level 3 dodge, level 3 fanaticism, level 3 mana burn and level 1 reflection should be a good combination. Dodge and fanaticism will make the demon hunter an arrow in close combat. Mana burn is aimed at the stronger individual units among the enemies, and the limit skill level 1 is enough. As for sacrifice, if it has infinite mana, it can be considered in the early stage. While thinking about these things, Yufei has sunk his consciousness into his body again, and observed the changes in the ancient space. As soon as his consciousness entered the ancient space, Yufei felt bright in front of his eyes. Looking up at the ancient space, a silver white ball of light was casting a soft light on the entire ancient space. It looks a bit like the moon, Yufei thought. Looking at the area of the ancient space again, it has obviously increased a lot. According to the area of the moon well, it can easily accommodate about 150 moon wells. This is 6,000 people. If all of them are used to train archers, 3,000 archers can be trained. If they all become lightning archers, a round of volleys will be more than 20,000 arrows. No army can escape from such an attack. Yufei fell into Yi again. But this time he just yied a little and woke up, and continued to investigate the changes in the ancient space. Although the area has expanded a lot, the ancient space has not experienced unstable situations such as spatial turbulence or even spatial cracks. This is the effect of Yufei's magic array. Looking at the edge of the ancient space, Yufei found a change. Here, the mixed silk used by Yufei to arrange the magic array has been washed away by the power of space, and has lost its original color, becoming colorless and substanceless. But Yufei was not concerned about this. He found that at the edge of the ancient space, there were always some relatively small chaotic air being drawn into the ancient space, but they disappeared quickly. What's going on? Yufei released his mental power, and began to carefully scan the edge of the ancient space. Soon, he found a situation that made him happy. Those chaotic air were drawn by the magic array arranged by Yufei. After entering the ancient space, they were quickly integrated into the ancient space under the effect of the magic array to stabilize the space. In Yufei's perception, every time a wisp of chaotic air merged into the ancient space expanded a little bit undetectably. Now the ancient space can grow on its own. Yufei was a little excited. The moon well built outside is easily destroyed by the enemy. The moon well in the ancient space can provide a large population for the Night Elves in the early stage. In the later stage, when the number of Night Elves expanded and the ancient space could not bear it, the moon well inside could also provide the Night Elves with the last moon water reserve. Naturally, the bigger the ancient space, the better. Now that the ancient space can grow on its own, Yufei has more confidence to build more troops. Next, you can build the ancient tree of wind and the ancient tree of knowledge, and start to build more troops like crazy. Yufei was full of confidence. However, when he saw the resources needed to build the two buildings, Yufei just wanted to curse. Building the ancient tree of wind, requirement of the ancient tree, already met, consumes 15,000 energy and 14,000 wood. Building the ancient tree of knowledge, requirement of the ancient tree, already met, consumes 15,500 energy and 14,500 wood. How did it become 100 times? Exclamation mark. This is not how it works. Will it be 1,000 times when you reach the eternal tree? Yufei was extremely speechless at this time. The resources required to build the ancient tree of wind and the ancient tree of knowledge have become 100 times that in the game. It's so fucking ridiculous. Although the energy mine under his feet can provide 200,000 units of energy, the resources needed to build troops are the biggest. Two buildings consume so much energy, and there are fewer resources for training units at this time. Yufei's existing energy is only enough to build one of the Ancient of Wind and the Ancient of Knowledge. Although there is still some energy converted from the Earthbear magic crystal, there is not much left after summoning two heroes. If it weren't for the elf collecting a lot of energy during Yufei's advancement, he wouldn't be able to build even a tree now. After a little thought, Yufei chose to build the Ancient of Knowledge first. The Ancient of Knowledge can train claw druids, mountain giants and dryads. Among them, claw druids and mountain giants are what Yufei has been looking forward to for a long time, so naturally they should be built first. After issuing the order, Yufei's existing energy and wood were directly exhausted, and an elf also started to build the Ancient of Knowledge. Speaking of which, energy is not a worry now. With the energy mine under my feet, I don't have to worry about it too much for the time being. But the speed of collecting wood is a bit slow. It seems that I should produce more elves for collecting wood. Thinking of this, while building the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, Yufei also began to produce new elves. Everyone, please support Hangchen and subscribe to today's chapter. There should be 4 updates today, and each update is more than 3,000 words. Chapter 108 Ancient Tree of Knowledge. One elf needs 60 units of energy and the production time is half an hour. Now Yufei can harvest exactly 100 units of energy every 10 minutes, which means that, although he has been producing elves, he still has 480 units of energy per hour. This speed is much faster than before. At this time, there are only 9 elves collecting wood, and the increase in wood resources has slowed down a bit. The elf can actually be regarded as a consumable unit. Every time a Night Elf ancient tree is built or transformed, an elf will be consumed, and the same is true for the Ancient Tree of Knowledge. 2 hours later, the Ancient Tree of Knowledge was built, and Yufei also added 4 elves to the team of elves collecting wood. Continuing to produce elves, Yufei began to check the specific status of the Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Ancient Tree of Knowledge, attack type, normal attack power, armor type, enhanced armor, health. Yufei didn't care about the combat power. If it really came to the point where the Ancient Tree of Knowledge had to participate in the battle, its combat power would not change anything. Yufei was concerned about the types of soldiers and corresponding technologies that the Ancient Tree of Knowledge could train. He continued to look down. *trainin dryads. Their poisonous attacks can slow down the enemy and slowly consume the enemy's life. They also have the ability to dispel and be immune to magic. Research Dispel Magic enables dryads to dispel favorable magic states on enemies and unfavorable magic states on friendly units. Can harm summoned units. *trainin claw druids, melee magic releasing units. At the beginning, they can release the raw skill to increase the attack power of friendly units. Later, they can also learn the rejuvenation, bear transformation and claw mark skills. Research Claw Mark requires Claw Druid Master training, not met. Research Claw Druid Expert training increases the maximum mana, magic recovery speed, health and attack power of the Claw Druid in the Night Elf state, and gives it the rejuvenation skill. *trainin Mountain Giants, large melee units that are good at attracting enemy attacks. They have the skills of taunt and tree pulling, and can also learn the hardened skin and resistant skin skills. Research Hardened Skin increase the resistance of mountain giants to attack damage. Research Resistant Skin increase the resistance of mountain giants to magic attacks. Wow, this is so cool. My dear mountain giant is finally going to appear. Roo. Thinking of the mountain giants attracting firepower in front as a meat shield, and the archers, huntresses, and dryads behind them pouring firepower crazily. Yufei's heart is full of beauty. The opponents of the mountain giants can only withstand the attacks of the Night Elf ranged troops, and can't even attack these ranged units. The taunting skills of the mountain giants are extremely powerful. According to Yufei's analysis, this taunt should be a mental skill, so people affected by the taunt may even find it difficult to control their bodies, and will involuntarily lock the target of attack on the mountain giant. In this case, the title of Meat Shield is well deserved. Especially after studying Hardened Skin and Resistant Skin, the defense line formed by multiple mountain giants can even be compared to a solid city wall. There is nothing to say about the Claw Druid. It is considered an auxiliary soldier. The auxiliary effects of Raw and Rejuvenation are very powerful. The Claw Druid's Bear Transformation skill requires Yufei to reach the Eternal Tree level. It can only be obtained after studying the Claw Druid Master training. I'm afraid that there is no hope for the time being. Yufei looked at the energy required to advance to the Eternal Tree and was speechless. Upgrading to the Eternal Tree. 330,000 energy, 200,000 wood, and a Heart of Eternity. Or 1,000 times. Damn it, this is 1,000 times. Or 1,000 times. Yufei will accept it. find a few more energy mines, and get more elves to collect wood. But what is this eternal heart? This clearly doesn't want me to upgrade to the eternal tree. There is nothing Yufei can do about this, so he is very cool and no longer entangled. Because it is impossible to upgrade to the eternal tree in the short term, the claw druid cannot transform into a bear, and its combat effectiveness is difficult to show. Yufei does not value this soldier so much. However, it is not bad to use it as a nurse for the mountain giants that resist monsters, Yufei thought, recalling the effect of the skill of rejuvenation. At this time, Yufei did not expect that when the claw druid is really trained, there will be such a change, so he continued to analyze the tree demon without any care. The tree demon is a deer, which is a creature of the same type as the jungle guardian. In the background of Warcraft, the centaur is actually the cursed cousin of the tree demons, so everyone can imagine what the tree demon looks like. However, unlike the ferocious appearance of the centaur, the appearance of the tree demon is very beautiful. Chronic poison is the innate skill of the tree demon. The unit hit by the tree demon will receive 4 points of poison damage per second within 5 seconds, and slow down the movement speed by 50% and the attack speed by 25%. The advantage of this skill is that it is a passive skill, and each attack of the tree demon has the effect of chronic poison. When Yufei was playing Warcraft, he always had an idea. He wanted to be able to control each tree demon, to be responsible for several enemy units, attack them one by one, and add the chronic poison state to several enemies, then wait 5 seconds, and give the first poisoned enemy another bottle. No, give it again, so that the output can be limited, and the enemy can always be in the double reduction effect. But on Earth, this was just a luxury for Yufei, and his operation obviously could not reach that level. But now it is possible. The trained tree demons are not like in the game, where the player must issue a command before they move. Yufei's idea has been completely realized. The power of the chronic poison skill alone is enough to make Yufei pay attention to it in reality. In addition to the talent of chronic poison, the tree demon's ability to dispel magic is also a highlight. In the game, because it is difficult to take care of every unit, players often set the skill of dispelling magic to be automatically released, which is actually not worthwhile. It will waste a lot of the tree demon's magic value. When it really needs to dispel, there is no magic to use, which is really pitfall. Similarly, in this real world, this problem has also been solved. The tree demon will naturally cast the dispel magic skill when it is needed, instead of bringing the dispel effect with every attack. In this way, the effect of this skill will be maximized. Well, the last one is the most buggy talent of the tree demon, magic immunity. Because of this characteristic of the tree demon, Yufei used to like to use the tree demon to hunt down the undead frost dragon. The attack type of the frost dragon is magic attack, which makes it unable to cause damage to the tree demon. The piercing type attack of the tree demon has a damage bonus to the cloth armor of the frost dragon, so the tree demon can be said to be the nemesis of the frost dragon. Yufei, a guy with a bad taste, always thinks that it is a very funny thing to use a small tree demon to hunt down the domineering frost dragon, so when fighting against the undead enemies, he often kills all other enemy units and then leaves a frost dragon for the tree demon to hunt down. But in reality, it is obviously not so good. The magic immunity of the tree demon should be limited, just like Little Red. Even if there is no limit, the real dragon is not like the one in the game that can only use magic to attack. The dragon is not any kind of Warcraft in terms of melee. With the small body of the tree demon, the dragon can attack with just 2 claws. Not to mention piercing attacks and cloth armor defense. A real dragon will wear cloth armor? That thick layer of dragon scales is enough to withstand many attacks. But even without the ability to chase the frost dragon, the 3 talents of the tree demon are enough to make her one of the most cost-effective soldiers in the Night Elves in Yufei's eyes. Well, the next step is to accumulate resources and build the ancient tree of wind. As for the rapid troops, don't worry, wait until the buildings are ready. However, it seems that the ancient tree of war has a technology that I have been looking forward to for a long time. Yufei turned his attention to the ancient tree of war that followed him from the wind whispering forest to the Warcraft mountains. At this time, there are several new technologies in the ancient tree of war that can be studied. Research hardbow increases the attack range of archers and hippogriff riders. Requirements: ancient tree, already satisfied. Hunter's Hall, already satisfied. Energy consumption 500. Wood 1000. Research marksmanship, increases the attack power of archers and hippogriff riders. Requirements, ancient tree, already satisfied. Hunter's Hall, already satisfied. Energy consumption 10,000. Wood 17,500. Research sentinel, enables the huntress to summon an owl that clings to a tree, with vision of the surrounding area, and can see invisible units. Requirements satisfied. Energy consumption 1000. Wood 1000. Research moonblade, enables the huntress's moonblade to ricochet multiple times. Requirements satisfied. Energy consumption 10,000. Wood 15,000. Research piercing blade, makes the glaive thrower's blade more penetrating. Requirements satisfied. Energy consumption 1250. Wood 1000. Holy crap. Why does the research cost of marksmanship and moonblade be 100 times higher than in the game? It's a rip-off. But when you think about the fact that these two technologies can only be researched at the eternal tree level in the game, Euphony feels balanced. It's good enough to be able to research in advance. Why bother about the price? After researching the moonblade, all elite female hunters will become the ones with the highest output on the battlefield. After all, after the female hunter has the characteristics of constant attack and the ability of multiple ricochets, one attack is equivalent to several attacks, and the overall output is naturally terrifying. Sorry everyone, due to hardware problems, the update of this chapter of Red Dust is late, and today's fourth update will be very late. But even if I risk my life, I will definitely get the fourth update out tonight. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Changes in the Hunter Hall. After studying the Moonblade, mid-range attack can be said to be a strong point of the Night Elves. In Euphony's conception, the elite huntress should form a scout team with the Wind Shooter. The huntress moves very fast. On Earth, the fastest short-range creature among land creatures is the cheetah, and the huntress rides a black panther. In a short-range burst, the speed will not be much slower than the Wind Shooter with the Wind Pursuit. The elite huntress and the Wind Shooter are not only almost the same in speed, but also can cooperate in attack. The Wind Shooter is strong, but that is for individual units. If the enemy encountered has some minions in addition to the boss worth hunting, the Wind Shooter still has to temporarily avoid the edge and use guerrilla warfare to hunt the enemy bit by bit. But with the elite huntress, it's different. Facing a small group of enemies, the huntress can use the Moonblade to increase the attack and constantly fight head-on. The swift shooter can roam around the battlefield, kill the enemy boss when he has time, and provide certain fire support at the same time. In terms of frontal combat, the elite huntress is still relatively strong. Warcraft designed the huntress to have a high health value, and then rely on the long health bar and ricochet attack. After advancing to the elite level, the huntress's various attributes have been improved, and her vitality is naturally more tenacious. If you study the Moonblade, the elite huntress's constant attack characteristics can be maximized. The huntress is not inferior to others in attack, and is absolutely strong when facing minions. In this way, one unit clears the minions, and one unit kills the boss. 2 units can even solve an enemy team. After studying the Sentinel skill, the huntress's reconnaissance ability will be greatly enhanced. This is simply the best partner for scouts. If you encounter a small group of enemies, just eat them directly. If you encounter a large group, just release an owl and leave. Ahem, let's not yai for now. Apart from other things, it's not so easy for the Wind Shooter and the elite female hunter to appear, and the Sentinel and Moonblade technologies have not been studied yet. Because he had already made the decision to build a building first, Euphony resisted the desire to study the technology in the War Ancient Tree, and turned his attention to the Hunter Hall. Originally, Euphony had no interest in the Hunter Hall. In his opinion, the Hunter Hall building really couldn't play any tricks. It was nothing more than an intermediate version of those technologies. But when Euphony really understood the changes in the Hunter Hall, after he advanced to the Ancient Tree, he suddenly realized that the place where he gained the most from this advancement was probably the Hunter Hall. First of all, the technology research in the Hunter Hall is not much different from what you fairly expected. Upgrade to intermediate moon power on the basis of the original. It further increases the attack damage of the Night Elf archers, huntresses, glaive throwers and hippogriff riders, consuming 1750 units of energy and 17,500 units of wood. Upgrade to intermediate moon armor on the basis of the original. It further increases the armor of the Night Elf archers, huntresses and hippogriff riders, consuming 2000 units of energy and 15,000 units of wood. Upgrade to intermediate wild power on the basis of the original. It further increases the damage of the Night Elf clawtrue in the form of bears, including the dryads, mountain giants, hippogriffs, fairy dragons and chimeras and the druid legion, consuming 1750 units of energy and 17,500 units of wood. Upgrade to intermediate to enhance concealment on the basis of the original. Further increase the armor of the Night Elf clawtrue in the form of a bear, including the dryad, mountain giant, hippogriff, fairy dragon and chimera and the druid legion, consuming 2000 units of energy and 15,000 units of wood. Technology is like this. Night vision is only level 1, and there is no higher level to research, and the moon wellspring in Yufei's memory requires the eternal tree level to research. When seeing this, Yufei actually breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. To be honest, he was really worried that the energy consumption of researching technology would become 100 times that in the game, so energy would become increasingly insufficient. Fortunately, the cost of researching technology has not changed, still 10 times the energy and 100 times the wood. But this is not the highlight. The highlight is below. After reading the technology that can be researched, Yufei was originally ready to directly withdraw his mental power from the Hunter Hall, but suddenly found a new hammer-shaped icon on the Hunter Hall page. Yufei was sure that this icon appeared only after he upgraded to the ancient tree. With a little curiosity, Yufei probed his mental power into this hammer-shaped icon. Then, Yufei was stunned by the many pieces of information that appeared in his mind. And arms equipment. Rattonwood shortbow increases the attack distance by 50 meters, consumes a 3rd level magic crystal, and 100 units of wood. Hardwood strongbow increases the attack power by 2 points, consumes a 3rd level magic crystal, and 100 units of wood. Enchant longbow, fire, increases the attack power by 3 points, converts the attack to fire attribute, consumes a 4th level magic crystal, and 500 units of wood. Enchant longbow, ice. Hardwood moonblade, increases the attack power by 2 points, consumes a 3rd level magic crystal, and 100 units of wood. Light moonblade, increases the attack distance by 15 meters, reduces the attack power by 1 point, consumes a 3rd level magic crystal, and 100 units of wood. Enchant moonblade, fire. Rattonwood helmet, increases the head armor by 1 point, and consumes 200 units of wood. Rattonwood light armor, increases torso armor by 1 point, consumes 500 units of wood. Rattonwood boots, and hero equipment, primary exclusive equipment for Moon Priestess, required level 3, Crescent Moon Elf bow, increases attack power by 10 points, 100 meters attack distance, consumes a level 5 magic crystal, 1000 units of wood. Crescent Moon helmet, increases head armor by 2 points, wisdom by 3 points. Consumes a level 5 magic crystal, 1000 units of wood. Crescent Moon light armor, increases torso armor by 2 points, strength by 3 points, consumes a level 5 magic crystal, 2000 units of wood. Crescent Moon boots, increases leg armor by 2 points, agility by 3 points, consumes a level 5 magic crystal, 1000 units of wood. Intermediate exclusive equipment for Moon Priestess, required level 6. Half Moon Elf bow, primary exclusive equipment for Demon Hunter. What appeared in Yufei's mind was the information of countless equipment. As shown in the list above, the Hunter Hall can forge or exchange equipment by consuming magic crystals and wood at this time. There are 2 main types, namely, military equipment and hero equipment. Let's talk about military equipment first. Military equipment is for individual units. It is not like technology. As long as it is studied, all units can benefit. These equipment must be exchanged one by one and equipped to the military one by one. Of course, these equipment also have restrictions, which are divided into level restrictions and professional restrictions. Professional restrictions are easier to understand. Take the rattan short bow as an example. For example, a female hunter cannot use a short bow as a weapon. The female hunter's professional weapon is a moonblade, so she must use a hardwood moonblade or a light moonblade as a weapon. Similarly, archers can only use bows and arrows, and cannot use moonblades. Level restrictions are also easy to understand. Elite archers can be equipped with rattan short bows, hardwood bows or enchanted long bows, while ordinary archers can only be equipped with rattan short bows and hardwood bows, and cannot use enchanted long bows. These military equipment can greatly enhance the strength of the military in addition to technology. Yufei was surprised and more delighted. These equipments are not like technology, which can be used more flexibly, and can even be used interchangeably. For example, if a Night Elf patrol team is established in the future, only one team of the patrol team can be equipped with the equipment, and the equipment will be handed over to the next team after the patrol is completed. This can save a lot of resources. Although it looks cool, and it is also cool to imagine, it is very difficult to operate it. Apart from anything else, if you calculate carefully, if you equip 500 archers with rattanwood short bows, you will need 500 level 3 magic crystals and 50,000 units of wood. Wood is easy to say, but magic crystals are not so easy to get. After all, the number of Warcraft is also limited, and who knows if these equipment will wear out, break down, etc. Shaking his head with difficulty, Yufei first put aside the idea of forging military equipment in batches. This is not a short-term thing. Apart from anything else, magic crystals will take some time to accumulate. Although a lot of magic crystals were harvested during the Warcraft siege, most of those magic crystals were from intermediate Warcraft, that is, level 4 to level 6, and level 3 ones were relatively rare. Yufei continued to check the so-called hero exclusive equipment. These equipment reminded Yufei of the equipment in the online games he played on Earth. But the attributes did not seem to be as gorgeous as those in those games. Each hero has his own exclusive equipment. This is just like the equipment division of each profession in the online game, and the level limit made Yufei a little speechless. It really became a game. However, the additional effects of these equipment are quite practical. After the miracle ancient tree was built, Yufei was a little puzzled. This is obviously a reality. Why do heroes still have equipment slots? Can't the equipment in the miracle ancient tree be equipped directly on the hero? Yufei also tried to let Tyran wear the equipment directly on her body, but there was no attribute bonus. Only when it was placed in the equipment slot would it have an effect. Yufei also thought, wouldn't that be a loss? According to the information he got, the intelligent races in the other world also have enchanted equipment, which they can wear all over their bodies, but the heroes under his command only have 6 equipment slots, which is at a disadvantage. It turns out it should be here. Oh my god, I finally made it. It was so dangerous. Chapter 110 The Significance of Hunter Hall. It turns out that in addition to the 6 equipment slots, the heroes also have exclusive equipment. On the continent of Slays, there are also enchanted equipment, but because of the mutual influence of magic fluctuations, a person can only equip 6 magic items at most. This means that the 6 equipment slots of Yufei's heroes are additional equipment slots. Compared with ordinary people, they can equip twice as many magic items as others. Wow, this is cool. The additional attributes of 12 pieces of equipment are definitely much stronger than 6 pieces, and the heroes under his command think they are stronger. However, looking at the exclusive equipment of the heroes one by one, Yufei had a question. Tyran is now level 5, so she can only equip the primary Crescent series exclusive equipment. Then when she reaches level 6 and can equip the Half Moon series exclusive equipment, won't the original primary equipment be wasted? With this question, Yufei closed his eyes and began to absorb information in the Hunter's Hall at a deeper level. After a while, Yufei opened his eyes. According to the information obtained in the Hunter Hall, the exclusive equipment of the intermediate hero is obtained by upgrading the primary equipment, so there is no need to worry that the original equipment will be wasted after having more advanced exclusive equipment. One point that needs to be explained here is the problem of equipment wear. The equipment of the arms will wear out during use. When it wears to a certain extent, it can be repaired by consuming some energy in the hunter hall. Of course, if it is completely damaged, there is no need to repair it, and the energy consumed will be more than a new exchange. As for the exclusive equipment of the hero, although it will also wear out, these equipment have the ability to repair automatically. As long as it is not completely damaged in a battle, the exclusive equipment of the hero can slowly recover to its original state. In addition to the heroes having exclusive suits, the arms that advance to the elite level also have their own exclusive equipment. Take the archer as an example. After advancing to the elite level, according to the different directions of advancement, the archer will have two exclusive weapons to choose from, the wind longbow and the lightning longbow. Of course, the arms do not have suits like heroes, and they only have one exclusive weapon or other equipment for their respective professions. In addition to the above mentioned arms equipment and hero exclusive equipment, there are other magic items of accessories that can be exchanged in the Hunter's Hall. However, now there are not enough resources to equip my subordinates with basic equipment. There is also the issue of the exchange limit. A Hunter's Hall can exchange 50 pieces of arms equipment every day, and there is no limit on hero exclusive equipment. After exchanging 50 pieces of arms equipment, the equipment exchange in the Hunter's Hall will be temporarily closed, and it will not be opened again until the next day, and the second 50 pieces can be exchanged. Of course, you can also increase the number of exchanges. If you build more Hunter Halls, you can naturally exchange more arms equipment every day. And when you fully upgrade the Eternal Tree, there will be some changes in the Hunter's Hall, and the daily exchange limit should also be increased. This is probably the place where I gained the most from this upgrade. The emergence of new functions in the Hunter's Hall not only means that the strength of the Night Elves can be further improved, but it also has a more long-term significance. Since crossing, Euphony has been hiding in the wind-whispering forest in the Warcraft mountains, developing cautiously, for fear of being discovered and exterminated by the native races of the Slays continent. But it is impossible not to contact the outside world all the time. Now Euphony has upgraded to the ancient tree. After all the buildings are built, he will find a few energy mines, and then he will have the ability to protect himself. At that time, he will have to contact the outside world. In fact, in Euphony's mind, it is best to upgrade to the Eternal Tree, and then officially enter the Slays continent, after reaching the peak of strength. But there is no way. Who knows what the Eternal Heart is? Without the Eternal Heart, you can't upgrade to the Eternal Tree. You still have to enter the Slays continent to explore and search. Well, Euphony breathed a sigh of relief. Farming all the time is not a solution. After all the arms and technologies of the ancient tree level are ready, you will prepare to contact the native intelligent races of the Slays continent. But a new problem arises in Warcraft. The 4 major races are designed as fighting races. Although there may be other background information, everything in the game exists for fighting. In this case, what can the Night Elves use to integrate into the Slays continent? We must find a reason that will make some, if not all, intelligent races on the continent of Slays accept the appearance of the Night Elves. In the political class on Earth, Euphony learned that there is only a relationship of interest between countries. The same should be true between races and forces. If the Night Elves cannot bring benefits to some races in Slays, then the beautiful Night Elves will be regarded as benefits by races such as humans. Now the changes in the Hunter's Hall have given Euphony some hope. From the information Euphony got from the diary of the unlucky second son of the Grand Duke, enchanted equipment is still popular on the continent of Slays. After all, everyone likes things that can improve strength. However, the production of enchanted equipment on the continent of Slays has not been formalized. Even the dwarves, who are famous for their forging ability on the continent, are still small workshop style production. In this case, the equipment in the Hunter's Hall has a great advantage. The items generally called enchanted equipment on the continent of Slays are actually equivalent to equipment such as rattan short bows and hardwood strong bows, which can improve some attack power. This is the mainstream enchanted equipment. As for the equipment such as the enchanted longbow, fire, and the enchanted longbow, ice, in the Hunter's Hall. They are not accessible to ordinary people on the mainland. Only some people with strong strength or strong background can own them. Compared with the various types of magic items with different qualities on the mainland, the equipment exchanged in the Hunter's Hall is standardized, with exactly the same quality attributes, and naturally easier to sell. Moreover, unlike the mainland, where enchanted equipment is manufactured piece by piece, the Hunter's Hall can exchange enchanted equipment in batches every day, which is particularly advantageous in sales. Besides, after all, the Night Elves are elves, and the appearance of those equipment is also very exquisite, especially some jewelry equipment, which can be regarded as works of art. I believe that those noble ladies among humans must be willing to pay for these small accessories, right? Yufei thought happily. At that time, build a few more Hunter Halls, and bind some forces to the Night Elves through a large number of enchanted equipment. Then obtain resources by selling enchanted equipment, and further enhance the strength of the Night Elves. Yufei has already thought about it. When the time comes, he will use magic crystals to exchange for enchanted equipment. Although the Night Elves are now in the Warcraft mountains, there will be plenty of magic crystals, but Warcraft is limited after all, and we cannot exhaust all the resources. It is better to plunder magic crystals from other races. Wood is nothing to the Night Elves. Even if there is only one tree, as long as there are elves, wood resources are inexhaustible. By obtaining magic crystals from other races, part of them can be exchanged for enchanted equipment, and then sold to those races and forces. The other part of the net income can be used to develop one's own forces. In this virtuous cycle, Yufei can imagine the scene of counting magic crystals until his hands are tired. Since the significance of the Hunter's Hall is so great, it must be hidden. At this time, the ancient space is still empty, so Yufei moved the Hunter's Hall into the ancient space. Should I get a set of equipment first? Yufei was a little itchy. After thinking for a while, Yufei couldn't help it after all, and decided to exchange the primary exclusive equipment for Tyrant first. However, this will delay the construction of the ancient Tree of Wind. Since he had made up his mind, Yufei did not hesitate to consume 4 level 5 magic crystals and 5,000 units of wood to exchange for the Crescent Elf Bow, Crescent Helmet, Crescent Light Armor and Crescent Boots. The equipment of this Crescent series is not very gorgeous, but it gives people a light feeling at a glance. The Crescent Elf Bow looks like 2 crescents connected together, with the simple, but not simple runes on the bow and the silver white and slightly transparent bowstring. It is like a work of art. The appearance of the set of defensive equipment is also quite exquisite, and it looks very suitable for the Night Elves to wear. Well, not bad, not bad. With a change of mind, Yufei summoned Tyrant. Tyrant respectfully walked to the front of Yufei's trunk, silently waiting for her father to give instructions. Yufei opened his wooden mouth, which had become very large, and made a low sound. Tyrant, you were in charge of guarding me when I advanced, and you did a good job. Now I will give you a set of equipment, and I hope you can lead the Night Elves to perform well. Yufei used his mental power to move the exchanged Crescent Moon suit in front of Tyrant. Hearing Yufei's words, even Tyrant, who was cold, was a little excited. This was the praise and gift from the Father God. Tyrant bowed deeply to Yufei, expressing her reverence. Great Father God, thank you for your gift. Tyrant will definitely lead the sisters under your glorious illumination. I won't say more about loyalty. And then she stretched out her hand to the Crescent Moon suit floating in front of her. When she held the Crescent Moon Elf Bow, the Crescent Moon Helmet, Crescent Moon Light Armor and Crescent Moon Boots automatically floated to her body. After a burst of light, Tyrant, who was dressed in new clothes, appeared in front of Yufei. Ow, sorry, my writing spirit went haywire today. When I was about to finish writing, all the words suddenly disappeared. I may not be able to finish the second chapter today. If unfortunately, I will update 3 chapters tomorrow with 9,000 words. Chapter 111 The Emergence of Synthetic Equipment. Although it was already a tree, Yufei still closed his eyes reflexively when the light appeared. This made him feel even more amazed when he opened his eyes and saw Tyrant's appearance at this time. It should be noted here that, although Yufei can also use mental power to observe, he rarely does so. because if you use mental power to scan the human body, you will see cough cough cough. You know the tyrant who appeared in front of you changed the cold and noble feeling she gave before. The overall color of the crescent moon suit is silver white. There are many hollow patterns on the helmet and light armor, and the boots are also very exquisite. Finally, with her pair of bare hands holding the most eye-catching elven bow, a vibrant and youthful image emerges. Shaking his head, Yufei threw away the weird feeling of youth. I don't know how old Tyrande is. According to the age on Earth, I'm afraid she can be my great-great-great-grandmother, but she is still young. It's true that people rely on clothes and beauty relies on bright makeup. Apart from the appearance, this set of crescent suit brings Tyrande an overall armor bonus of +2, all attributes +3, attack power +10, and range +100 meters. After all the equipment is put on, it also brings Tyrande a set attribute of 20% magic damage reduction. These bonuses are quite practical, and can make Tyrande's combat power stronger. With the several pieces of equipment and talent skills in the equipment column, Yufei estimated that Tyrande might have no rivals at the legendary level. In fact, if you really count, exchanging equipment from the Hunter's Hall consumes more energy than buying it in the Miracle Ancient Tree. Take the Crescent Helmet and the Intelligence Cloak for comparison. A level 5 magic crystal can be converted into 500 units of energy, while the Intelligence Cloak requires 450 units of energy to purchase. The Crescent Helmet consumes 50 more energy than the Intelligence Cloak. Both of these equipment will increase the wearer's intelligence by 3 points, but the Crescent Helmet also adds 2 points of head armor bonus. But it also consumes 1000 more units of wood. But since it's extra equipment anyway, Yufei still doesn't feel any heartache. If there are a few more places for equipment, Yufei will definitely equip more without hesitation. Besides, all the equipment in a set also has set attributes, and damage reduction is very disadvantageous. According to Yufei's inference, when it comes to intermediate exclusive equipment or even advanced exclusive equipment, the set attributes will be strengthened. Although it is impossible to reach the point of magic immunity, there should be more than half of magic damage reduction. And Tyrande is originally a ranged unit, so close combat must be relatively rare. The main damage she receives is probably magic attacks. The value of the magic attack reduction effect can be best reflected on Tyrande. TSK. This hero exclusive equipment is quite interesting. It must be given to all heroes. Yufei looked at Illidan and Maiev. When Tyrande walked to Yufei's trunk, Illidan kept staring at Tyrande. Seeing this scene, Yufei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Brother, if you stare at a beautiful woman like this, it will definitely cause disgust. No wonder Tyrande doesn't like you anymore. I don't like you either. I don't know why. Although the Night Elves are all very beautiful, Yufei is not moved at all. Could it be that, after turning into a tree, his aesthetic sense has also changed? No way. It should be, because these Night Elves are all his children, so he doesn't have other thoughts. Otherwise Yufei would have found a way to transform and build a harem. Touching his chin in his mind, Yufei thought, should I match these two? Matchmaker is a very loving profession. You can give it a try. Maybe Tyrande can have a baby with Illidan. When the baby has the skills of both of them, it will be cool. But now Tyrande's strength is much stronger than Illidan. They have to balance each other. Otherwise it will be difficult for Illidan to catch Tyrande in terms of strength comparison. Tyrande is now level 5 and Illidan is level 1. The equipment is also far behind. Tyrande has short staffs and other equipment that can improve personal strength in her equipment column, and she is wearing hero exclusive equipment, while Illidan is still naked. The new Moon Demon Blade looks very handsome, but it actually has no additional attributes. In fact, there are also exclusive equipment for Demon Hunters. The primary level is the Demon Hunter set, the intermediate level is the Demon Hunter set, and the advanced level is the Demon Killer set. However, the primary exclusive equipment also needs to be level 3 to wear. Now Illidan is still level 1, so Yufei will naturally not exchange it now. The consumption of magic crystals will be very large in the future, so let's replenish it from now on. Yufei thought about this, and began to order Tyrande to take Illidan, Maiev and other Night Elves to sweep the Warcraft, and to upgrade Illidan and Maiev, while obtaining magic crystals. Tyrande had just obtained the crescent moon set and obviously wanted to try it out, so she accepted Eupheni's order without hesitation. After a little formation, he led the Night Elf soldiers and the wild wolves to the forest. Illidan and Maeve followed Tyrande according to Eupheni's order to find the monsters together. At this time, Eupheni was not worried about his own safety. Apart from anything else, 50 or so ancient guardians were enough to give the attacking enemies a hard time. Besides, Eupheni himself wanted to try the power of intermediate spells. Oh, by the way, I should turn on more giant wood warriors so that the safety factor would be higher. Using the secondary plant turn spell once consumes 2000 UN of spiritual wood energy. With the UN spiritual wood energy that Eupheni can control now, it is only enough for 2 consecutive uses before it needs to be restored. It takes about an hour to restore once, which means that Eupheni can turn on 2 giant wood warriors every hour. But now Eupheni is not going to carry out this project because of the raw materials problem. The target of the secondary plant turn spell is plants over 500 years old, and the age of the ancient trees that migrated with Eupheni is over 1000 years old. The transformation of the ancient guardians requires trees that are more than 1000 years old. If these ancient trees are transformed into giant wood warriors, the number of ancient guardians will be limited. So Eupheni thought that it would be better to wait for a while to find trees between 500 and 1000 years old to enlighten so that the benefits can be maximized. The next step is to accumulate resources. 5 elves are collecting energy in the energy mine, and more elves are sinking into the trees to collect wood. Eupheni has never stopped the order to produce elves. Seeing the demand for wood to exchange equipment in the hunter hall, he feels that the pressure on wood resources is getting greater and greater. What's more, there are so many technologies that require a large amount of wood that have not been studied. While producing elves, Eupheni did not rest. He looked at the only building that had not been checked after the advancement to the ancient tree, the miracle ancient tree. Before, when he was at the level of the tree of life, Eupheni knew that the miracle ancient tree would definitely have a big change after the advancement, but Eupheni has not yet checked it specifically, but only has some guesses. Now, it's time to confirm these guesses. Eupheni probed his mental power into the miracle ancient tree. The page of the miracle ancient tree has not changed much. It is still full of equipment and consumables. It seems that there is no change. Eupheni calmly entered the arrow at the bottom right corner of the page and turned the page. The next page is still equipment, but unlike the previous one, this page also has an arrow logo. Eupheni was overjoyed. There is indeed new content. He did not hesitate at all and turned the page again. Then, new products appeared in front of Eupheni. Void Staff increases 6 intelligence points, 15 attack power, 75% magic recovery speed, 10% attack speed. Synthesis requires a short stick, a wizard robe, and an artist mask. Synthesis consumes 500 units of energy. Wristband synthesis book. Wristband increases 3 points of all attributes and an additional 3 points of strength. Synthesis requires a noble ring, strength gloves, and a wristband synthesis book. Synthesis consumes 300 units of energy. Ghost Band synthesis book. Ghost Band increases 3 all attributes on the opposite bank and an additional 3 points of agility. Synthesis requires a noble ring, agility slippers, and a Ghost Band synthesis book. The synthesis consumes 300 units of energy. Useless pendant synthesis book. Sure enough, the synthesis equipment of the Holy Relic Pass appeared. But not all of them. The long distance boots, the hand of Midas, the pseudo legs, and the soul ring did not appear. Ahem. Was it censored? But Eupheni was still quite satisfied. It was good to have the synthesis equipment. It was not a big deal to miss some equipment. There is also an arrow. Eupheni turned the page skillfully, and another row of items appeared in front of him. Yaksha, Sanha, Crazy Mask, Challenge Hood, Crystal Sword. These equipment are not from the same place. How come they appear together? Eupheni observed carefully and found that this page has a lot of equipment from the Mystic Sanctuary, Protective Territory, and Charming Relics. Even the Crystal Sword and the Ancient Weapon appeared on this page. After making a comparison, Eupheni found that these equipment are all equipment with a value of less than 2500 gold in Dota. More expensive and more advanced equipment may not appear until the Eternal Tree level. What made Yufei a little depressed was that the various equipment in the support vestments that he expected did not appear. However, Yufei was mentally prepared for this. Most of the equipment in the support vestments have aura effects, which is not a big deal in Dota, a game that focuses on single player strength, but it would be different in this alien world. The coverage of an aura is very wide. The auras in Dota are not just the ones in Warcraft tactics. If thousands of troops are blessed with all the auras, the strength will be greatly improved. Chapter 112. The sweep begins. Dota is extremely abnormal, and there are often several auras on one piece of equipment. Take the Vampire Sacrifice as an example. This equipment has an attack aura that increases the attack power of surrounding friendly units, a concentration aura that increases the armor of surrounding friendly units, a brilliant aura that increases the magic recovery speed, and a blood-sucking aura that converts part of the damage into health. With just this one piece of equipment, you can put 4 auras on the Night Elves. There are also other auras that increase attack speed and movement speed, and increase life recovery speed. If you can buy them all, it will destroy the balance. Alas, I hope that, when I advance to the Eternal Tree level, the equipment in the support vestments will appear. But Yufei didn't hold much hope. This is because after Yufei's analysis, the appearance of the Miracle Ancient Tree items is obviously in batches according to their prices in the game. Most of the equipment in the support vestments is below 2500 gold. This time, the synthetic equipment below 2500 gold in other stores has appeared, but the equipment of the same price in the support vestments has not appeared. The possibility of appearing next time is very small. However, Yufei was very happy that some of the synthesized items appeared. He originally thought that the attributes of the synthesized equipment in Dota were too strong and might not appear. Although the price is much higher now, and synthesis requires extra energy, these equipment can greatly improve the strength of Yufei's heroes. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? But now the energy is insufficient. The ancient wind tree has not yet been built with energy. According to the current rate of collecting resources and producing elves at the same time, 480 units of energy per hour, it will take nearly 32 hours to collect 15,000 units of energy. Damn, I don't have that patience. Yufei set his sights on the magic crystals harvested in the previous Warcraft siege. Most of the Warcraft that attacked when Yufei advanced were intermediate Warcraft, and a small part were level 3 Warcraft. Originally, converting all these magic crystals into energy would be a huge sum, but the new changes in the Hunter Hall made Yufei dare not use these magic crystals to convert energy. That little magic crystal is not enough to exchange for enchanted equipment, and dare to use it to convert energy. But the lack of energy is also a problem at this time. After weighing the pros and cons, Yufei made a decision. Level 5 magical beasts are the middle level of the intermediate magical beasts, and they are the most numerous. Yufei has harvested a total of 78 level 5 magical crystals. As of now, level 5 magical crystals are only used when exchanging for the primary exclusive equipment of heroes. Now there are only 3 heroes, and after exchanging Tyrant's equipment, there are still 74 level 5 magical crystals left. Yufei decided to keep 8 magical crystals to exchange for exclusive equipment for Illidan and Maiev when they reach level 3, and the remaining 66 level 5 magical crystals will be used to convert into energy. As for level 3 and level 4 magical crystals, the demand for military equipment is very large. The exclusive weapons of elite military units require level 6 magical crystals, so level 6 magical crystals cannot be used, and only the excess level 5 magical crystals can be converted. After thinking it over, Yufei immediately began to convert the 66 level 5 magical crystals and successfully obtained a full 33,000 units of energy. Wow, the energy is sufficient. However, it will take some time to collect wood. Although there are already 16 elves collecting wood, and new elves are constantly joining the wood collection work, it will still take more than 10 hours to collect the 14,000 units of wood needed to build the Ancient of Wind. This is still counting the wood left over from the construction of the Ancient of Knowledge. During this time, you can use it to observe Tyrant and her friends sweeping the monsters, and see how the skills of the 2 new heroes work. Yufei switched his vision to Tyrant. While Yufei was checking the miracle ancient tree and the transformation crystal, Tyrande and her friends had been advancing in the forest for a while. There were originally quite a few monsters around here, but because most of the monsters in the previous monster siege came from this area, Tyrande and her friends wandered around for a long time and actually encountered a level 3 monster. Of course, the fate of this level 3 monster was to become a level 3 magic crystal and the meat in the stomachs of the wild wolves. Well, let's go further. There shouldn't be many monsters around. Yufei gave Tyrande the order to sweep further. In fact, Tyrande, who has high intelligence, did not fail to think about the shortage of monsters around. She also knew that she should explore further. But in Tyrande's heart, the safety of the father is the most important. She subconsciously doesn't want to leave Yufei too far away. But now that Yufei has given the order, Tyrande must obey it. She led the Night Elves and the feral wolves to other areas of the Warcraft mountains. Of course, Illidan and Maiev were also in the team. Speaking of which, Tyrande, Illidan and Maiev are all hero units, but the prestige and leadership of the Moon Priestess are stronger than those of the Demon Hunter and the Watcher, so Illidan and Maiev did not object to Tyrande's leadership. Moreover, in the background of Warcraft, Maiev and Tyrande had a very good relationship, and Illidan even liked Tyrande. In terms of the direction, Tyrande was also careful, and chose a place different from the Lizard Tribe's territory. After all, the Lizard Tribe is also an ally of the Night Elves, so naturally they cannot go to their allies' territory to take advantage of them. As the number of events she experienced increased, Tyrande's ability of advanced wisdom gradually emerged, and she was able to make some correct judgments on her own, instead of having Yufei command her in many things as before. I have to say here that after the two archers advanced to the elite level, Yufei found that, although they did not have advanced wisdom like Avril and Luna, their wisdom was one level higher than that of the elite level. According to Yufei's idea, this should be called intermediate wisdom. He could feel that the elite archers had complete emotions, which was very similar to the elves in the novel. Only in this way can they be called the Night Elves. If he only had the judgment of fighting like the ordinary ones, he would be suspected when he came into contact with the native races of Vesleys in the future. Yufei decided that in the future, only the elite Night Elves and the Night Elves with advanced wisdom like Avril would really go out of the forest. Of course, if a war broke out, the elite and ordinary Night Elves would also have to be dispatched. From the Lizard Tribe, Tyrande roughly knew the distribution of the Warcraft tribes in the surrounding areas. Among the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, the Lizard Tribe is located to the east of Yufei's place, and it is also the closest Warcraft tribe here. Most of the other 3 directions are scattered Warcraft mixed, and there is no relatively unified force like the Lizard Tribe. Only in the far south, there is a group of fire-type Warcraft, led by an 8-level peak Hurricane Flamingo. This Hurricane Flamingo is a wind and fire dual type Warcraft, and its strength is extremely powerful. In addition to being a flying Warcraft itself, it also has many intermediate fire type flying Warcraft under its command. The Night Elves have not yet established air forces, although archers can attack air targets, and in reality, female hunters can also attack air units that fly no more than 100 meters. They are still at a disadvantage in fighting against flying monsters. After all, monsters can use magic, and they are all fire monsters. This is simply a bomber, so I don't want to touch this bad luck. Yufei was also quite fortunate after hearing the news. Fortunately, the tribe of the Storm Flamingo was far away from where he had taken root. Otherwise, it would have brought its brothers to participate in the monster siege during the last advancement, and he might have died gloriously. Tyrande avoided the east and south, and led the Night Elves and the Wild Wolves to the northwest. The west and the north are all scattered monsters. Although there are also level 7 or even level 8 monsters, there are no large monster tribes, because the same type of monsters do not stick together. The only level 8 shadow magic tiger is also a solitary monster like the earth bear killed by the Night Elves. After advancing for a while, the Night Elves finally saw a monster that dared to challenge this army. This monster was the same kind as the violent tusk pig that had launched the first attack in the Warcraft siege. Seeing so many Night Elves and wild wolves, they still dared to bump into them stupidly. What a pig, Yufei muttered to himself. The Night Elves are actually very hidden in the forest. In the forest, the breath of the Night Elves is integrated with the surrounding environment. There is no momentum, and it is easy to be ignored. The wild wolves also lived in the wind-whispering forest for a long time before, so they naturally know how to disguise themselves, so the violent tusk pigs will attack fearlessly. At Euphenia's signal, the other night elves and wild wolves did not move. Maiev quietly moved towards the violent tusk pig and launched an attack. Why say quietly? That is naturally because of Maiev's permanent invisibility skill. In the process of moving forward, Maiev has been in stealth mode. She will only show up when launching an attack or using an item. Approaching the violent tusk pig, Maiev quickly attacked it. A flash of cold light passed by, and a huge wound appeared on the neck of the violent tusk pig. This was the tearing damage caused by Maiev's ratchet. While attacking the violent tusk pig, Maiev also showed up. The violent tusk pig also groaned in pain due to the huge damage on its neck. When the violent tusk pig, who was already violent and irritable, found Maiev suddenly appeared beside him, and the ratchet dripping with blood in her hand, his eyes suddenly turned red. He saw it suddenly tilt his head, and the huge pale tusks pointed at Maiev. Ow, there is another chapter after 11 o'clock in the evening. Everyone, please throw your money and everything. Chapter 113, Illidan. The pale tusks pierced the air and slashed towards Maiev with a shrill sound. Looking at the tusks that were coming at her quickly, Maiev was not in a hurry. With a nimble dodge, she dodged the attack of the violent tusk pig by a hair's breadth. After dodging, Maiev moved her hand slightly, and a green energy dagger flew and stabbed the wound of the violent tusk pig torn by her ratchet. This is the signature skill of the Watcher's single target park, Shadow Assault. The violent tusk pig hit by the energy dagger groaned, and its breath suddenly weakened a little, obviously suffering a lot of damage. After the Shadow Assault hit the violent tusk pig, the blood flowing out of its wound suddenly took on a hint of green. Through the wound, it seemed that a green energy was flowing in the body of the violent tusk pig, causing it continuous damage. This is a poison attack effect of Shadow Assault. After the instant damage of the energy dagger, the shadow attack will also bring continuous poison damage to the enemy hit. The violent tusk pig has no magic immunity talent, so it is naturally hit. The violent tusk pig hit by the shadow attack became even more angry. The discomfort in its body made it more manic. After a snort, it lowered its head and rushed towards Maiev, who had retreated more than 10 meters. After releasing the shadow attack, Maiev did not intend to continue to entangle with the violent tusk pig, but quickly retreated to a big tree. Facing the impact of the violent tusk pig, Maiev did not show any fear, but led it around in circles for a few seconds. Then, in the red eyes of the violent tusk pig, Maiev's figure suddenly faded and disappeared directly under its nose in front of a big tree. As long as you don't launch an attack or use an item, you will enter the invisible state for a short time. The skill of permanent invisibility is really too abnormal. After Maiev disappeared with her permanent invisibility, the berserk tusk pig, feeling teased, was about to go berserk, but the night elves and the feral wolves had already retreated a long distance under Tyrann's order. The berserk tusk pig could not find a target to vent its anger, so it could only start to hit the tree where Maiev disappeared like an angry bird. Eupheny turned his vision to Maiev. Maiev was actually not far behind the berserk tusk pig at this time, silently watching the berserk tusk pig hitting the tree in front of it again and again, without any action. Speaking of it, a level 1 hero is actually only equivalent to the strength of the early to mid-level 6th level on the S-Res continent. As mentioned in the previous article, although the berserk tusk pig is also a level 6 monster, when it goes berserk, some level 7 monsters have to temporarily avoid it. Maiev was not particularly suitable for head-on confrontation, so she naturally had to rely on permanent invisibility to fight guerrilla warfare with the berserk tusk pig. Crack, crack. After many collisions, the poor tree was finally broken from the bottom by the violent tusk pig and fell to the ground. This also shows a strong impact force of the violent tusk pig. After breaking the tree, the violent tusk pig also vented some of its anger. The broken tree was as thick as a dozen people hugging it. The violent tusk pig also spent a lot of effort to break the tree. At this time, it lay on the ground, panting slightly. With its simple brain, after venting its anger, it didn't say that it had forgotten Maiev, but it also thought that Maiev had left this place long ago, and it actually lay there groaning and resting. Opportunity. Maiev naturally would not miss this great opportunity. In the invisible state, Maiev approached the violent tusk pig and attacked the bleeding wound on its neck fiercely. The furious tusk pig was indeed tired. It had been torn by Maiev's ratchet. Then it did the intense exercise of hitting a tree, and you hit a pig. Naturally, it lost a lot of blood and was a little dizzy. In addition, although the poison attack effect of Shadow Assault had disappeared, the damage it brought was completely accepted by the furious tusk pig. Although it was not a spent force at this time, it was also a tired pig. Maiev chose to let the furious tusk pig use up its strength and relax before launching an attack. It can be seen that her combat awareness is very strong. This made Yufei quite satisfied. After all, he could still issue instructions to Tyrande, but it would be difficult to command one by one when there were more heroes. It was better to have stronger autonomy. Maiev's ratchet tore the skin and flesh of the furious tusk pig next to the wound on its neck, bringing out a streak of blood. The wound caused by this attack just happened to be connected with the wound on the neck of the furious tusk pig. From the outside, it looked like half of the neck of the furious tusk pig was directly torn apart. Next it's Illidan's turn. Yufei thought as he watched Maiev dig out the magic crystal of the berserk tusk pig. At this time, Tyrande had returned here with other units. After taking the magic crystal handed over by Maiev, Tyrande led the mopping up team to continue to move forward. After encountering the berserk tusk pig, the number of monsters that appeared in front of Tyrande and the others began to increase gradually. This proved that they had walked out of the area around Yufei where there were few monsters, and they could start to sweep as much as they wanted. The monsters they encountered along the way were all level 3 or 4 monsters, and the most powerful one was only a level 5 Windfang Marten, which could not serve as a training ground for Illidan at all. This made Illidan, who had always been full of confidence and wanted to show off in front of Tyrande, very depressed. Illidan had been secretly glancing at Tyrande along the way, but he did not see Tyrande look at him. Illidan was so angry at the feeling of being ignored by his beloved, that when he heard a rustling sound in the forest ahead, he got a little excited and rushed forward. He quickly passed a bush and the beast that made the noise appeared in front of Illidan. This seems to be a bit too much, right? Illidan stared at the huge black tiger in front of him in amazement. This should be the 8th level Warcraft Shadow Demon Tiger that Tyrande mentioned. Illidan suddenly felt that he was stupid. Tyrande and the others only saw Illidan flying into the bushes, and then there was no movement. After a few seconds, Illidan flew out of the bushes again, but it seemed that he was hit by something and looked very embarrassed. After a handsome roll in the bushes, Illidan stood in front of Tyrande. Tyrande also looked at Illidan with a questioning look in her eyes. Damn. Illidan was annoyed. Illidan had been thinking about how he would handsomely defeat a monster, and then use the excuse of handing over the magic crystal to make Tyrande look at him straight in the eye. He didn't expect that it was under such circumstances that Tyrande would look at him for the first time. Illidan couldn't help but feel sad. Seeing Illidan's frustrated expression in front of him and not responding to his inquiry, Tyrande felt a little unhappy. She snorted at Illidan, and the inquiry in her eyes became more serious. Awakened from his sadness by Tyrande's cold snort, Illidan realized that he seemed to have made a mistake again, so he quickly opened his mouth to tell Tyrande about the existence of the shadow demon tiger behind the bushes, to show that it was not his own disadvantage in the battle, but that the enemy was too cunning. But a shocking tiger roar came from behind the bushes, and a black shadow jumped out of the bushes and rushed towards the Night Elves and the Wild Wolves. Fuck you x 3. Number 1%. It's too late again. Looking at Tyrande again, Illidan found that she had already begun to order the Night Elves and Feral Wolves to resist the attack of the Shadow Demon Tiger. She stopped looking at him. Illidan was frustrated and angry. Yufei, who had been switching his vision to observe this place, had already suffered internal injuries. He observed the experience of Illidan, the unlucky guy, and laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, if he still had a stomach. Illidan, this poor guy, wanted to show off in front of his sweetheart, but he failed to rape and was scolded, and also annoyed Tyrande. As for the Shadow Demon Tiger, Yufei was not very worried. Tyrande and her team had already dealt with a highly defensive Earth Bear and a Frost Dragon Lizard of Dragon Blood. The 8th level monster was nothing in front of Tyrande and her team. Sure enough, under Tyrann's command, the Night Elves and the feral wolves began to fight in an orderly manner. The archers and huntresses who were attacking from mid-range and long-range retreated a distance with the 70 or so feral wolves that were weaker, and the giant sacred wolves entangled the shadow tigers. The 9 terror wolves, Maev, and Illidan were on the side to support them. Well, the tactics are old-fashioned, but practical. Looking at the shadow tigers that were entangled by the giant sacred wolves that activated the holy protection and had been enduring the long-range attacks of the Night Elves and let out angry tiger roars, Yuffie couldn't help thinking. Tyrann's command ability is getting stronger and stronger. Although the shadow tiger was a sneak attack, it still caught it steadily under her command. The outcome of the battle should be no suspense. Chapter 114 Unexpected Situation. The Holy Giant Wolf in the state of Holy Guardian can be regarded as an excellent meat shield. It played a great role in the first 2 battles with the 8th level monsters. It was precisely because it resisted the high level monsters with great lethality in the front that the Night Elves did not suffer too much loss in the 2 battles with the 8th level monsters with powerful range killing magic. Instead, they killed the Earth Bear and the Frost Dragon Lizard with their firepower. The strength of this Shadow Demon Tiger is around the late 8th level. In terms of defense, it is not as good as the Earth Bear. In terms of attack power, it is not as good as the Frost Dragon Lizard. Naturally, it is tightly entangled by the Holy Giant Wolf and can only passively bear the attacks of the archers and huntresses in the back. Boom. A ball of fire exploded on the Shadow Demon Tiger, and an arrow that faded the fiery red light deeply pierced its flesh. This is Tyrann's scorching arrow. The Shadow Tiger didn't care much about the attacks of other ordinary Night Elves. After all, it was an 8th level monster. The damage caused by ordinary and even elite archers and huntresses was relatively small. Only when they gradually accumulated could they cause serious injuries to the Shadow Tiger. And with the vitality of the Shadow Tiger, it would probably take a long time for these attacks to accumulate and become a threat. By then, the battle should be over. But the attacks of Tyrann and the others were different. Every shot of Tyrann's burning arrows, Avril's shock shot and aimed shot, Luna's moonlight, and Maev's shadow attack from afar would bring great pain to the Shadow Tiger. A woo with a roar, the Shadow Tiger's claws slammed hard on the hateful golden giant wolf in front of it. It was all because of this hateful wolf that he was always attacked by those upright creatures in the distance. By the way, I haven't seen this monster around before. It is said that level 8 magic beasts are relatively famous. The only other level 8 magic beasts around here are the dead lizard and the yellow bear, who is as lonely as himself. Where did this wolf, which obviously has the strength of a level 8 magic beast, come from? But I have never seen what its attributes are. Another arrow flashing with bright yellow light hit the Shadow Magic Tiger, causing damage and slowing down its speed. The Shadow Magic Tiger, which was hit by the shock shot, finally couldn't hold back its anger and was ready to start using magic. It opened its tiger's mouth, and a black light could be seen faintly flowing and gathering in its mouth, and soon formed a black sphere. Roar! It roared at the sacred giant wolf that had just pounced on it to stop it from casting magic, and the black sphere in the Shadow Magic Tiger's mouth flew towards the sacred giant wolf. You want to interrupt Tiger Lord's magic? How can it be so easy? Tiger Lord's innate magic Shadow Roar bullet can be said to be instantaneous. How can it be interrupted? The Shadow Magic Tiger sneered in his heart. The black energy bullet hit the sacred giant wolf the moment it was fired. Boom. A huge roar sounded, a ball of black energy exploded, and a golden figure was knocked out. The attack power of the shadow roaring bullet was still very strong. Even with the double defense of the sacred giant wolf after the sacred guard was activated, it was still knocked out and seriously injured. When the sacred giant wolf was knocked out, the shadow demon tiger did not chase it, but used its limbs to rush towards Tyrant and the others. The shadow demon tiger knew clearly that, although it was hit by its shadow roaring bullet, it would not be fatally injured with the defense of this golden giant wolf. If it chased it, it would probably be entangled by it, and then it would be in an awkward situation. For this reason, the shadow demon tiger changed its attack target and prepared to deal with the group of upright creatures that had been shooting at it from a distance. Looking at the shadow demon tiger that pounced on it, Tyrant was not panicked and continued to draw the bow and shoot calmly. Another ball of fire exploded on the shadow demon tiger, and the shadow demon tiger felt pain and secretly hated it. "Wait for me, Tiger Lord, I will eat you right now." But when the distance between the shadow demon tiger and Tyrant was just shortened by half, a golden figure came in from the side and intercepted the shadow demon tiger. Looking closely, it turned out to be the holy giant wolf. Tyrant was calm because she saw that the holy giant wolf quickly got up and chased after the shadow demon tiger's shadow roaring bullet. Seeing that he was about to be entangled by the holy giant wolf again, the shadow demon tiger was depressed. When it used the same trick again and sprayed an energy bullet at the holy giant wolf, it found that the holy giant wolf also moved. A transparent light golden ball of light condensed between the holy giant wolf's two front paws, and it went straight to meet the shadow roaring bullet. Bang, the sound of a balloon bursting sounded, and a cloud of dust rose between the holy giant wolf and the shadow demon tiger. The golden and black energy in the dust intertwined, and then gradually disappeared. The two skills cancelled out. The shadow demon tiger did not expect that the holy giant wolf also had similar skills to itself. It was stunned for a moment, and was finally intercepted by the holy giant wolf. Naturally, the shadow demon tiger was entangled by the holy giant wolf again. Under Euphenia's training, the holy giant wolf had become a sticky candy. The shadow demon tiger was naturally very frustrated, and was about to rush to Tyrant to get rid of his predicament. As a result, he was not careful, and fell into a situation where he was attacked by those upright creatures. If this continues, the shadow demon tiger will soon be like the earth bear and the frost dragon lizard, and Tyrant will gradually consume his vitality until he dies directly due to severe injuries. The shadow demon tiger naturally didn't want to sit and wait for death, but it still had a trick up its sleeve. With a tiger roar, the shadow demon tiger gave up the fight with the holy giant wolf and took 2 steps back. Then, its body was wrapped in a layer of black energy, and it stopped moving. It looked like it was going to use a big move. The holy giant wolf rushed forward quickly, trying to interrupt the shadow demon tiger's magic, but when its claws scratched the shadow demon tiger, it went straight through. After image. The shadow demon tiger turned into 4 black shadows the moment the claws touched it, and flew towards Tyrant from different angles. After the black shadows separated, it could be seen that each black shadow was actually a shadow demon tiger, but a little smaller than the original. This was another innate magic of the shadow demon tiger, the shadow clone. The holy giant wolf was only able to stop one of the shadow demon tiger's clones in a hurry. The other 3 shadow demon tiger clones avoided the holy giant wolf's interception from other angles and rushed towards Tyrant. Fortunately, there were 9 terror wolves around the holy giant wolf. These 9 terror wolves formed a group of 3 and happened to stop the other 3 clones of the shadow demon tiger. Euphenia also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tyrant was also a level 8 strength, she was a ranged unit after all. She was probably no match for the shadow demon tiger in close combat, even the clone. And because there were other night elves behind her, Tyrant could not retreat and let the shadow demon tiger slaughter the night elves. Therefore, Euphenia did not want to see the shadow demon tiger's clone break through the defense line of the holy giant wolf and the terror wolf. Now the shadow demon tiger's clones were all stopped, and the clones were much weaker than the original body. The fate of the shadow demon tiger was predictable. However, the accident still happened. Just when everyone was relieved, the air in front of Tyrant suddenly twisted, and a huge black shadow appeared on the grass less than 5 meters away from Tyrant. Shadow demon tiger. After it appeared, it stretched out a pair of tiger claws without hesitation and pounced on Tyrant. It turned out that the clones created by the innate magic of shadow clone were actually fake. The real shadow demon tiger became invisible after using this skill. Although the 4 clones can only exist for a short 10 seconds, and the invisibility of the shadow demon tiger can only last for 5 seconds, it is enough to reverse the situation. Seeing that the tiger claws of the shadow demon tiger were about to scratch Tyrant's delicate neck, the white tiger under Tyrant's crotch suddenly stood up and threw Tyrant away, but raised its claws to meet the shadow demon tiger. The presence of Tyrant's mound white tiger has always been relatively weak, and few people have noticed that this white tiger is actually very strong. There was no way. Tyrant was too dazzling. In addition, the natural aura of the white tiger easily blended into the surrounding environment, so it was easy to be ignored. The shadow demon tiger had not noticed the white tiger before. Clang, the harsh sound of collision came from the place where the four tiger claws met. The white tiger firmly blocked the attack of the shadow demon tiger. At this time, Tyrant had just turned over in the air and landed in the archer camp about 20 meters behind the white tiger. Of course, when the archers saw Tyrant fall, they would not stand still. They had already made way for a space. Tyrant's feet landed lightly on the ground, making a barely audible step sound. Tyrant's heart did not settle down after landing. She knew that, although her white tiger's strength would gradually increase as her level increased, it would always be to levels lower than her. In other words, the current white tiger was only equivalent to a magic beast of the early to middle stage of the 7th level. How could it be possible to fight against the shadow demon tiger of the late stage of the 8th level? Sure enough, in just 2 seconds, the white tiger was slapped aside by the shadow demon tiger, but there were no injuries on its body. For some reason, the shadow demon tiger seemed to show mercy to the white tiger. Could it be because they are both tigers? Don't guess these. The shadow demon tiger's goal at this time is very clear. It ignores the archers around it who can harvest with its claws and rushes straight towards Tyrant. A distance of 20 meters is only half a second for the shadow demon tiger. Its tiger claws, which are shining with cold light, seem to have sensed Tyrant's body behind the light armor and are ready to tear apart this upright creature that has caused it a lot of damage. At this time, there are only some archers around Tyrant, and the white tiger was slapped aside. The scene of blood splattering seems to be right in front of them. Chapter 115 A hero saves a beauty. Ding, just as the shadow demon tiger was about to hit Tyrant, with a hint of a sneer on its lips, a moon blade suddenly appeared and blocked the shadow demon tiger's claws that were attacking Tyrant. The shadow demon tiger, who was about to have close contact and negative distance communication with Tyrant, froze his sneer on his lips. The anger that was about to be vented was forcibly held back. Taking this opportunity, Tyrant also quickly retreated and opened up a distance from the shadow demon tiger. The depressed shadow demon tiger raised his huge head and looked at the thin figure that suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the attack for Tyrant. Isn't this the creature that disturbed him and was slapped away by his claws? That's right, it was the bad boy Illidan who arrived in time and rescued Tyrant from the claws of the shadow demon tiger. With his keen intuition, Illidan noticed something was wrong when the shadow demon tiger used the shadow clone. Seeing, of course, Illidan is blind, and his seeing is a state of spiritual vision. When Illidan saw the 4 clones of the shadow demon tiger running towards Tyrant, his heart tightened, and he was ready to intercept them. However, when he saw the holy giant wolf and the night terror wolf successfully blocked the clones of the shadow demon tiger, Illidan was relieved. But his extraordinary perception could vaguely feel that there seemed to be some danger approaching Tyrant, so he did not stop moving towards Tyrant. The situation that appeared later proved that his perception was correct. The real body of the shadow demon tiger attacked Tyrant. At this time, Illidan was still some distance away from Tyrant and could not catch up. Illidan, who was extremely anxious, temporarily put down his heart when the white tiger suddenly appeared to block the shadow demon tiger. Yufei, who had been observing the battle, couldn't help but wipe the sweat for Illidan. The ups and downs of life are really exciting. With the 2 seconds of delay by the white tiger, Illidan finally blocked the pursuit of the shadow tiger for Tyrandeg in the nick of time. The thrilling degree made Yufei couldn't help but cheer for Illidan, a perfect hero saving the beauty. But Illidan, you are only level 1 now. The white tiger stronger than you were beaten away by the shadow tiger into shots. Isn't your hero saving the beauty a little inconsiderate? I can only say that the power of love is great. Although Illidan's strength is far behind the shadow tiger, Yufei has nothing to worry about, because at this time the existence time of the 4 clones of the shadow tiger has arrived and disappeared directly. This means that the sacred giant wolf and the 9 horror wolves have freed their claws, and Mayev is also rushing here. Just hold on for a few seconds, and the sacred giant wolf can rescue Illidan. Yufei believes that Illidan can still hold on for a few seconds. Besides, in fact, heroes can be resurrected at the Elder's altar, but it takes a lot of resources and the level drops by 3 levels. Illidan is only level 1 now, and there is no factor of level drop, so he only needs to pay some resources, and Yufei can still afford a little resource. It is also for this reason that Euphony was not too nervous when Tyrande was in danger. Anyway, she can still be resurrected. Illidan's 2 skill points at level 1 were added to dodge and fanaticism. These 2 skills are passive skills. One increases the dodge chance of enemy attacks, and the other increases attack speed and life recovery speed. Both formally combat. With these 2 skills, Illidan struggled to hold on under the claws of the Shadow Demon Tiger. Both attacks of the Shadow Demon Tiger were blocked by Illidan with the New Moon Demon Blade, and the Shadow Demon Tiger couldn't help but feel a little impatient. The next attack, the Shadow Demon Tiger's claws, were accompanied by some black light, which is a magic claw of darkness commonly used by the Shadow Demon Tiger in melee combat. This magic can be shot out like ordinary magic to attack the enemy, or it can be attached to its own claws to increase attack power like now. The reason why he used this skill was because Shadow Tiger also knew that his clone had disappeared, and he wanted to get rid of Illidan as soon as possible so that he could hunt Tyrande again. Shadow Tiger did have a deep grudge against Tyrande. There was no way. Most of the scars on his body were caused by Tyrande's burning arrows. In a trance, Shadow Tiger even smelled a hint of barbecue coming from his body. This abominable upright creature. It made Tiger Master lose his image in front of Tiger Millimeters, which was unforgivable. It is said that Illidan, who was only equivalent to the early and middle stages of level 6, would definitely not be able to survive the full-scale attack of Shadow Tiger, but by chance, the effect of the dodge skill just appeared this time. When Shadow Tiger's claws flashing with black light approached Illidan, there was a sudden wave-like distortion, and Shadow Tiger felt that his claws did not seem to hit the real place. The feeling of using the wrong force was also uncomfortable for Shadow Tiger's strength. This is ridiculous. The effect of dodge is not an evasive action that ordinary people can do, but something at the level of law. Any attack against the demon hunter will have a certain chance of hitting the subspace, causing the attack to miss. This kind of counterintuitive thing is incomprehensible to the battle-hardened Shadow Demon Tiger, and the attack of its claws also slowed down. Illidan was also scared at this time. Fortunately, the dodge effect appeared, otherwise it would be funny to save the beauty and get himself involved. Under the crazy life recovery effect and occasional dodge, Illidan, who was hit by the Shadow Demon Tiger several times, finally held on until the moment when the Holy Giant Wolf and others arrived. Looking at the Holy Giant Wolf approaching behind the Shadow Demon Tiger, Illidan's heart was relieved, and the movement of his hands could not help but slow down. Damn. Illidan's heart was not good, and then he looked at the Shadow Demon Tiger. Sure enough, he seized this opportunity, broke through the defense line of the New Moon Demon Blade, and hit Illidan's head heavily. This is over. Illidan made up his mind, and did not withdraw the New Moon Magic Blade for defense. If he withdraws the Magic Blade in a hurry, he will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the Shadow Demon Tiger. He might as well add a scar to the Shadow Demon Tiger. The New Moon Magic Blade drew a gorgeous trajectory and slashed at the chest of the Shadow Demon Tiger. Bang squeak, 2 sounds rang out almost at the same time. Not dead. Illidan clearly felt that his magic blade slashed the Shadow Demon Tiger, but the Shadow Demon Tiger's claws did not seem to hit him. Could it be that the dodge effect appeared again? No, if the dodge effect appeared, it should appear when the Shadow Demon Tiger hit the New Moon Magic Blade, not after it has broken through the defense line formed by the New Moon Magic Blade. Then, Illidan felt the sudden increase in temperature in front of him. In his spiritual vision, he saw a fiery red arrow hit the front paw of the Shadow Demon Tiger, blocking the attack for him. Tyrande. Illidan suddenly felt happy. It was Tyrande who rescued him. Haha, the hero who saved the beauty in front of him really worked. Just when Illidan was thinking happily whether Illidan would marry her, a cold voice came into his mind. Are you stupid again? The Shadow Demon Tiger is not dead yet. In the spiritual vision, Tyrande's face was still frost. Illidan shuddered and remembered that he was still in the battle. After reacting, he realized that if the Holy Giant Wolf had not taken over, he would probably be caught by the Shadow Demon Tiger again. The Holy Giant Wolf's sacred protection will not last long, but it should be enough to support the end of the battle. Magic like Shadow Clone is definitely not something that can be reused in a short period of time. Besides, even if it can be used again, what can it do? Everyone is prepared so naturally they will not be as flustered as last time. As for invisibility, the kobolds accompanying the army have already planted a true eye next to them. Invisible units within a range of 200 meters cannot hide, unless they have special abilities. The following battle repeated the scene at the beginning. The shadow demon tiger was tightly entangled by the holy giant wolf, and could not get away. Tyrant and other night elves who could break through the defense poured firepower on the shadow demon tiger. Even Maeve was not willing to be lonely, and released a shadow assault. Under these many attacks, the shadow demon tiger could not hold on. But it did not launch a dying struggle like the earth bear and the frost dragon lizard. After repelling an attack from the holy giant wolf, it lay directly on the ground, and hugged its huge head with its two front paws. Surrender. Observing the shadow demon tiger with Illidan's vision, Euphony was also at a loss, whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the White King character, that the shadow demon tiger's claws did not cover, Euphony had a question in his heart. Is this guy really a tiger? Euphony naturally did not know what the shadow demon tiger was thinking. Humph, Master Tiger is not a stubborn tiger. He will not care about his dignity when his life is about to end. It is better to surrender. Besides, Tiger is still there. How can Master Tiger bear to leave this beautiful world like this? Euphony stopped the sacred giant wolf and several night elves who wanted to continue to attack and completely eliminate the shadow demon tiger. He started to think in his mind, if you want to kill this shadow demon tiger, the gains will not be small. First of all, if Illidan or Maeve completes the last blow, it will definitely be upgraded to level 2, and it is probably not far from level 3. Then, you can also harvest an 8th level magic crystal, which is 50,000 units of energy. However, if you accept the surrender of the shadow demon tiger, the benefits are also great. The combat power of an 8th level monster is very considerable, especially when dealing with miscellaneous soldiers. The lethality of high level range magic is very large. Moreover, the shadow demon tiger is originally a local tiger in this area. With it, the task of sweeping the monsters will be much easier. So, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 White Tigers ***. A lightning fox quietly poked its head out from behind the bushes and stared at the arrow rabbit that was chewing the grass with its back to it. The arrow rabbit was at the bottom of the food chain in the monster mountain range. As a 2nd level monster, it could only use the water arrow spell. Although it was still lethal to ordinary humans and beasts, there were no ordinary humans and beasts in the monster mountain range. So it could only become food for higher level carnivorous monsters. But although it was not a wine type monster, the arrow rabbit was still a rabbit type monster with the excellent escape ability of the rabbit family. Because of its rapid escape and rapid reproduction, the arrow rabbit survived tenaciously in the monster mountain range. The arrow rabbit chewing the grass seemed to have noticed something and stood up with its hind legs alertly and pricked up its ears to listen for any suspicious movements around it. But at this time, the lightning fox had stopped moving and even held its breath, so the arrow rabbit did not notice that there was a predator behind it who was eyeing it. The lightning fox had already started to prepare magic. Although it is a level 5 monster, the thunder fox has no confidence in preying on the blastoise with only hunting skills and without magic. There is no other way. This monster runs too fast. Even the wind-running turtle, which is extremely fast among wind-type monsters, can hardly catch up with the blastoise. So it must rely on magic to catch it. Sizzle, a flash of lightning flashed, and the arc of electricity emitted by the thunder fox hit the blastoise. The blastoise, which had already sensed that the atmosphere was wrong and was about to escape, had just started to kick its legs, so it was decisively paralyzed by the arc of electricity and fell to the ground twitching. The thunder fox ran out of the bushes with a brisk pace, ready to take the blastoise back to the nest to enjoy slowly. But suddenly, a strong wind blew out of the woods in front of the thunder fox, blowing the bushes around the thunder fox to the ground. The thunder fox felt the breath of danger, and without hesitation, it grabbed the blastoise and turned around to evacuate. Although the thunder fox reacted quickly, it was too late. A black energy ball suddenly shot out from the woods in front of it and hit it directly. The energy ball exploded immediately and wrapped the thunder fox inside. After the dark element gradually dissipated, only 2 skeletons, one large and one small, and 2 magic crystals of different colors were left. In the woods, a black giant tiger rushed out majestically and squatted in the grass. This was the shadow demon tiger that had already defected to the Night Elves. As the saying goes, clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. The evil wind just now was brought by the shadow demon tiger. In the woods where the shadow demon tiger had fled, dozens of wolves and some night elves came out one after another. An archer walked to the 2 skeletons and picked up the 5th level magic crystal and the 2nd level magic crystal. After defecting to the night elves, the shadow demon tiger still performed very well and worked very hard to find other magic beasts. Yufei was still confused at first. Could it be that the night elves were so charming? The enemy of the previous moment was completely devoted to him the next moment. But when he later found that the shadow demon tiger always looked at Tyrant's white tiger intentionally or unintentionally, he understood everything. Damn it, this dead tiger is in love. If it weren't for the white tiger, the shadow demon tiger wouldn't surrender so easily. What is this? Is it a tiger trick? Under the leadership of the local tiger shadow demon tiger, the night elves reaped a lot. When they encountered some small groups of monsters, the night elves used them to train their troops, and single monsters were dealt with by Illidan and Maiev. During this period, Yufei had tested Illidan's strength. Like Maiev, Illidan could easily deal with monsters of the same level under the effect of 2 passive skills. At this time, the night elves had harvested 7 level 6 magic crystals, 35 level 5 magic crystals, 28 level 4 magic crystals, and a number of magic crystals below level 4. However, it seemed that the shadow demon tiger was intentional, and the night elves did not encounter level 7 monsters. Yufei also understood the little calculation of the shadow demon tiger. The 7th level demon beast is already a high level demon beast, and it has a high level of wisdom. Among the low level demon beasts, except for their own offspring, the others will not be recognized as their own kind by the higher level demon beasts. However, the relationship between high level demon beasts is generally similar to that between nobles in human society. Although there are usually fights between them, the interests of the entire aristocratic class must still be guaranteed. As an 8th level demon beast, the shadow demon tiger naturally has no demon beasts that dare to provoke it in this area. There are no enemies among the 7th level demon beasts. It is naturally unwilling to lead the night elves to slaughter its kind. However, Yufei has no dissatisfaction with the little thoughts of the shadow demon tiger. No matter what level of demon beast it is just a small mobile energy mine for Yufei. The energy that can be converted by the 7th level magic crystal is equivalent to that converted by 5 6th level magic crystals. As long as the shadow demon tiger can harvest a lot of energy with the night elves, Yufei does not care what level of demon beast these energies are converted from. In fact, the shadow demon tiger was also quite nervous. Under the threat of life and the temptation of beauty, I thought I joined this group of upright night elves. After joining, all the injuries on my body were healed by the night elf who kept blasting me with fire arrows, which made me very happy. However, the leading night elf asked me to lead them to find other monsters. I wanted to refuse, but seeing the murderous intent in the eyes of the night elf and the beautiful white tiger millimeters beside her, I agreed to the request of the night elf. After that, I tried my best to lead these night elves in the group of wolves to avoid the area with level 7 monsters, looking for low level monsters for them to kill. I don't know if they found out about my little tricks. What if they forced me to find level 7 monsters? When facing creatures other than monsters, high level monsters are united. I can't lead these night elves to find level 7 monsters, even if it means threatening their lives. Even if he used the white tiger girl as a temptation, he might have agreed. Thinking of this, the shadow demon tiger looked at the white tiger again. Seeing Seoking's shadow demon tiger flirting with Tyrant's white tiger, Yufei couldn't help but fall into reverie. If the shadow demon tiger and the white tiger really became a pair, what would their cubs look like? Black and white like a zebra? Or become a rare panda tiger? It's still unknown whether the white tiger can reproduce. Yufei followed this question and thought more deeply. Seeing that the wild wolves can reproduce, then the white tiger should be fine too, right? They are all units that descended in Warcraft. Those little wolf cubs will soon form a new combat force. Since the wild wolves can reproduce, what about the Night Elves? If a race only has young people and no children, the intelligent races on the continent of Esrest will probably also notice something wrong. Yes, by the way, there seems to be information about this in the inherited memory. After advancing to the ancient tree, in his mind, Yufei found out the information about the reproduction of the Night Elves. Sure enough, the Night Elves can also reproduce, but there are still some restrictions. For example, only when the troops reach the elite level will they have the ability to reproduce. The starting units are not limited. Heroes are available from the beginning, but there seem to be only 4 heroes. How to pair them up? Yufei was a little horrified when he thought of the old deer of the jungle guardian paired with Tyrant or Maev, human. Beast. Well, yes, after reaching the elite level, the Night Elves troops will also have complete emotions, so they can fall in love, even get married and have children. So, the real Night Elves should be elite level and above. Like ordinary Night Elves, they are just like glaive throwers, they are robots. Elite level is just an intelligent robot. Khan, the task is arduous. It is not easy to upgrade an ordinary unit to elite level, let alone to elite level. After the baptism of Warcraft Siege last time, 2 elite level troops, a lightning archer and a wind archer, were born. After sweeping the Warcraft for a period of time, there were only 3 more lightning archers and 1 wind archer. This is why Yufei asked Tyrant to take care of them. Yufei also understood the reason why the troops were slow to advance. After all, there were only so many enemies, and if so many Night Elves were killed, the experience would always be insufficient. Is there no other way to make the Night Elves advance quickly? Yufei fell into deep thought, but he couldn't think of any solution. After thinking for a long time, now he can only rely on sweeping the Warcraft to increase experience and make the troops advance. In order to make the Shadow Demon Tiger work harder to find Warcraft for himself, gain experience and energy, Yufei signaled the White Tiger to respond to the Shadow Demon Tiger's seductive eyes for the first time, although he glared back fiercely. Yufei, who has had several relationships, knows that in this situation, males, want to see that they have attracted the attention of their sweethearts, tigers. Sure enough, after the White Tiger glared back at the Shadow Tiger, it suddenly became much more excited and began to move through the forest more quickly. Illidan also noticed what happened between the Shadow Tiger and the White Tiger and seemed to be thinking about something. Then the look in his eyes when he looked at the Shadow Tiger was not as angry as before, but instead had a sense of sympathy. After seeing Illidan's eyes, Yufei smiled in his heart. The situation of this loser and the Shadow Tiger is really similar. If the Shadow Tiger becomes Illidan's mount, wouldn't it be more fun? By then, the master and servant will fall in love with Tyrant and the White Tiger respectively, and the scene will definitely be very loving. Yufei daydreamed with evil taste. Chapter 117 Various Harvests. In the following time, with the cooperation of the Shadow Demon Tiger, Tyrant and her friends gained a lot of magic crystals and experience, while Illidan and Maev have already reached level 2 and are not far from level 3. Well, when Illidan and Tyrant reach level 3, put on their exclusive equipment and get some magic items from the Miracle Ancient Tree, they can lead the army alone, and the upgrade speed will be faster. But what should we do about the bottleneck of heroes from level 5 to level 6? Yufei originally thought according to the usual routine of online novels, thinking that Tyrant could upgrade after killing some higher level creatures, but after the battle between the Centaur Wizard and the Emperor of the Sharp-Haired Beast, the battle with the Earth Bear and the battle with the Frost Dragon Lizard, Tyrant did not reach level 6. This made Yufei entangled. Do I really have to fight against the intelligent race? Isn't this forcing me to start a war? But now I'm still in the stage of accumulating strength, so I'd better let Illidan and Maev reach level 5 before thinking about these things. By then, the Night Elves should have the strength to walk out of the Warcraft Mountains and the Whispering Wind Forest. Level 2 Illidan added to skills to Mana Burn and Reflection respectively. Although Sacrifice is a very good skill, it can only play a better role in the face of large-scale combat. Now there will be no large scale combat in the elimination of Warcraft, so there is no need to add sacrifice, mana burn and reflection. An attack skill and a limited attack double skill can make Illidan play a greater role in the current situation. Mayev's 2 skill points are added to blink and smoke screen. As for why the knife array is not added, it is naturally the same reason as Illidan, it is not useful now. In addition to skills, the attributes of the 2 heroes have also been improved a lot. At this time, they think they can challenge the early and middle stage of the 7th level of Warcraft. However, Shadow Demon Tiger, **** with integrity, has never led Tyrant and others to find the 7th level of Warcraft, and Yuffie did not care, so Illidan and Maiev can only practice with the 6th level of Warcraft. As for the lower level, leave it to the troops for upgrading. A moonblade spun and flew rapidly in the air, deeply sinking into the neck of a level 5 wine-chasing leopard, draining the last bit of life from the wine-chasing leopard that had already been pierced by several arrows. The wine-chasing leopard collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and a golden light flashed on the female hunter who launched the attack. Yuffie's stiff wooden mouth forced a smile. Finally, after Luna, another female hunter reached the elite level. The attributes of starting units such as Avril and Luna are not of reference value. They are completely different from other similar units. Only by looking at the attributes of the Night Elves who have been promoted step by step from the ordinary level, can we infer the overall situation of the entire elite force in the future. Yuffie couldn't wait to check the attributes of the newly promoted elite female hunter. Female hunter, level, elite attack type, normal attack range, 60 attack speed, fast attack power, movement speed, very fast armor type, none armor, health, mana, ability, sentinel, not available, moonblade, not available, features, bounce. The female hunter can attack 2 targets at the same time. When attacking a target, if there are other units next to the target, it will automatically bounce to the other unit and cause damage to it. The female hunter's attack will lose 50% of the attack power every time it bounces. Constant attack. Make the attack power of each bounce attack of the female hunter not decrease, and keep it at 100% attack power. Skills, exploding flying blade. The female hunter can consume very little magic to make the moonblades burst after hitting the enemy, causing a small amount of damage to the units around the hit target. Note, after hitting the enemy, the moonblade will first ricochet and then explode. Casting interval. Nana. It is indeed quite different from Luna. Not only are there some differences in attributes, but the skills are also inferior. Well, compared to the elite level, in addition to the enhanced attributes, there is an additional skill of exploding blades. The casting of this skill is a bit like Tyrant's scorching arrow. Both consume very little mana and have no casting interval, so it can be used frequently in normal battles. In addition, the mobility of the elite female hunter is stronger. Yuffie saw the very fast after the movement speed. Should the Black Panther also be strengthened? Yuffie looked at the elite female hunter's crotch. The size of the Black Panther was obviously larger than that of other elite female hunters, and thought, maybe this Black Panther can also participate in the battle like Tyrant's White Tiger. Although it is not as good as Luna, it would be great if all the female hunters under his command were elite in the future. Huntresses are originally suitable for group battles. When there are more of them, the lethal effect of the ricocheted moonblades and explosive flying blades will definitely be stronger. Thinking about the huntresses flying their moonblades one by one, the enemy camp was suddenly filled with a bunch of ricocheted moonblades flying, mixed with pieces of explosions. Yuffie was a little excited. How did I become a war fanatic? It must be to allow Tyrant and the others to upgrade. Yuffie comforted himself in his heart. After coming to the other world, Yuffie found that he seemed to have become much colder-blooded. Not to mention, when he was commanding Tyrant and the others to kill ogres and tree demons from afar, he also killed many tree demons and other humanoid creatures when the tree demons attacked, and he didn't feel anything unusual. Could it be that, after becoming a tree, my personality has gradually developed towards the indifferent direction of plants? No, I'm still a virgin. No matter what, I have to lose my virginity first. As a tree, how can I reproduce? Although my lifespan seems to be endless puff. No, my mind is wandering again. It's useless to think about these things now. I'd better continue to observe Tyrande and the others' movements. Yufei calmed down and turned his attention to Tyrande. At this time, around Yufei, there were already more than 20 elves collecting wood. It seemed that the ancient tree of wind would be built soon. The subsequent battles were rather dull. The Night Elves easily killed the monsters and harvested magic crystals with their strength advantage. Only the golden light flashing from time to time on the field would make Yufei slightly more energetic. In the continuous sweep of the monsters, all the Night Elves under Yufei who reached the critical point finally advanced. The 10 archers who were trained first were all advanced to the elite level, of which 3 were wind archers and 7 were lightning archers. Among the archers trained in the latter batch, 7 archers who accumulated experience faster were also promoted to the elite level. In this way, Yufei now has 5 wind archers and 12 lightning archers. On the huntress side, there are 10 elite huntresses, with the same attributes as the first huntress promoted. The other archers and huntresses, including the second echelon, have all reached the elite level, but the difference is the amount of experience. Well, it's an all-elite army again, and some are not elite. Illidan and Mayev have barely reached level 3, and the experience gained from this autumn wind is enough. As for the magic crystals, 13 level 6 magic crystals, 50 to level 5 magic crystals, 50 level 4 magic crystals, and countless magic crystals below level 4 have been harvested. Primary magic beasts below level 4 usually exist in groups. With so many magic crystals, even if they are left to exchange for the equipment of the troops, it is enough to build the ancient tree of wind and research several technologies. So, return. Yufei gave the order. After receiving Yufei's order, Tyrande did not think much about it and gave the return order to the surrounding night elves and wild wolves. In fact, Yufei could have let Tyrande return directly with a scroll of return, but firstly, a scroll of return still consumes some energy, and secondly, on the way back, he can harvest some more magic crystals. In fact, the most important thing is that a scroll of return cannot bring so many units back at the same time. After Tyrande gave the order, the Night Elves and the Feral Wolves naturally had no objection. As a surrenderer or a captive, the opinion of the Shadow Magic Tiger would naturally not be considered. The Shadow Magic Tiger could only bid farewell to the forest in tears and follow Tyrande, or more accurately, the White Tiger under Tyrande's crotch, to the direction where Yufei was. In Yufei's mind, this journey should be calm, and at most a few blind monsters would bump into them and be killed by the Night Elves. Then the Night Elves returned to the base and transformed the magic crystals to obtain energy by themselves, and this autumn wind operation ended successfully. However, the development of the plot did not go as Yufei expected, and accidents still occurred. Tyrande led the army to the south first, because if they return along the original route, all the monsters along the way have been almost wiped out by the Night Elves, and there will be no extra income. But if they go south for a distance first and then return, the way back will be an area that has not been cleared, and naturally they can harvest more magic crystals. With this idea in mind, Tyrande decided to go south first, and Yufei would naturally not object. Now he wants to cultivate the hero's independent judgment ability. After all, with the gradual increase in the number of highly intelligent units, he cannot take care of every unit, so it is better to let go. The unexpected situation occurred on the way to the south. Originally, when Tyrande and the others set out, they were heading in the northwest direction. Now, after walking a distance to the south, Tyrande and the others are in the west relative to Yufei. Although according to the information obtained from the Lizard Clan, there are no powerful monsters or monster groups in the west, but the west, and the farther west, there are. Chapter 118 Encounter with a Dwarf. The Holy Giant Wolf led the advancing mopping up troops. As for the Shadow Demon Tiger, it followed the White Tiger without any further mission. This was no longer the Shadow Demon Tiger's regular activity area, so it naturally did not need the Shadow Demon Tiger to lead the search for the beasts. Seeing the Shadow Demon Tiger staring at the White Tiger, drooling in its mouth without knowing it, Yufei felt contempt in his heart. This was the same mistake Illidan made. No woman or female likes the opposite sex to stare at them all the time, which would only cause them to feel disgusted. Tyrande was a little better, just occasionally glancing at Tyrande, but the Shadow Demon Tiger's performance was too unbecoming of the King of Beasts. Just as Euphony was wondering if Illidan riding the shadow demon tiger and Tyrant riding the white tiger would be a good match, the holy giant wolf walking in the front suddenly stopped and sniffed, as if he had discovered something. Tyrant saw the unusual behavior of the holy giant wolf, so she signaled the advancing mopping up troops to stop, and she drove the white tiger to the holy giant wolf, and communicated with the holy giant wolf. After the communication, Tyrant found that the holy giant wolf had indeed discovered some unusual smells. This so-called unusual smell did not mean a dangerous smell or anything, but a smell that the holy giant wolf had never smelled before, a smell different from that of monster. After a while of sniffing, the holy giant wolf gradually walked towards the bushes next to it. Under Tyrant's order, all the night elves and wild wolves followed the holy giant wolf, but they tried to minimize the sound of their advance. Soon, the holy giant wolf entered the depths of the bushes and stopped in front of a tall bush. Tyrant walked out of the army again and came to the holy giant wolf. At this distance, Tyrant could already hear the inaudible breathing sound coming from the bushes in front of the holy giant wolf. This breathing sound was not as heavy as the breathing of a monster, and it was obviously made by a smaller creature. Euphony was also paying close attention to this place at this time, and he began to have some guesses in his heart. With the god's perspective from top to bottom, Euphony cast his eyes behind the bushes. This is what appeared in Euphony's field of vision. It was a few short creatures. These creatures seemed to be only about 1.34 meters tall, but their bodies were relatively sturdy. Looking at the hammers or battle axes in the hands of these creatures and the lush beards on their faces, Euphony came to a conclusion in his heart on these dwarves. Although Euphony had never seen a dwarf, he was also influenced by countless novels about other worlds and some film and television works on Earth, so he could naturally judge that these creatures were the legendary dwarves. Besides, who hasn't tried to use a human race after playing Warcraft? There are dwarf musketeers among the human race. These creatures look really similar to the dwarves in Warcraft. Right. Didn't the Diary of the Unlucky Second Son of the Grand Duke say that the west of the Wind Whispering Forest is where the hill dwarves live? The Whispering Wind Forest and the Monster Mountain Range are next to each other, so the direction can be determined in the same way. In other words, the west of the Monster Mountain Range is also the territory of the hill dwarves. In this case, the appearance of dwarves in the west is not a special event. However, the condition of these dwarves does not look very good, except for a dwarf who looks stronger than the other dwarves and has no major injuries. The other 4 dwarves are covered with scars. One of the dwarves has a huge wound in his stomach, and black gas is coming out. Well, although the west of the Monster Mountain Range is the territory of the hill dwarves will not come to the Monster Mountain Range for no reason, not to mention that this is already deep in the Monster Mountain Range. Looking at the appearance of these dwarves, do they seem to be being hunted? Euphony frowned. At first glance, the black gas coming out of the wound of the dwarf with the most serious injuries seemed to be caused by a dark attribute attack with the same attributes as the shadow demon tiger, but after careful observation, Euphony found something different. The dark energy of the shadow demon tiger has a corrosive effect. If the black energy on the dwarf's wound is also dark energy, his wound should be corroded and expanded. But in Euphony's eyes, the dwarf's wound did not expand, but his vitality was constantly lost. Looking closely at his wound, you will find that the skin around the dwarf's wound has been gradually turning pale, and the culprit for these situations is the black energy. Before Euphony thought about it, the 5 dwarves took action. The holy giant wolf and Tyrant had been outside the bushes for a while. The breathing of the white tiger and the holy giant wolf was very heavy. The dwarves naturally discovered that there were uninvited guests outside the bushes. In Euphony's vision, after the 5 dwarves discovered that an unknown creature appeared outside the bushes, except for the particularly sturdy dwarf, the faces of the other 4 dwarfs showed some fear to a greater or lesser extent. Seeing this, the sturdy dwarf whispered something, and the 4 dwarves gradually calmed down, but their hands were tightly holding their warhammers or battle axes, looking alert. It seems that these 5 are really being hunted by something, and they get nervous at the slightest movement. Seeing that the 5 dwarves have no intention of coming out, Euphony gave the holy giant wolf an order. If they rush directly into the bushes, they will definitely be attacked by the extremely nervous dwarves, so A transparent light golden ball of light condensed between the two front paws of the holy giant wolf. After adjusting the angle, the holy giant wolf released a holy shockwave. Due to the holy giant wolf's adjustment of the angle, the holy shockwave hit the bushes in front of the 5 dwarves. Boom. The bushes that blocked the dwarves were blown to pieces by the holy shockwave, and there was no shielding between the 5 dwarves, the holy giant wolf and Tyrant. But the holy shockwave hit the ground, splashing a lot of mud, and smashed into the 5 dwarves. The nervous dwarves saw that something had happened, and they all roared and swung their hammers or axes forward. However, apart from hitting the air and some splashing dirt, the expected enemy did not appear. When all the splashing dirt fell to the ground, the dwarves found the sacred giant wolf and Tyrant outside the bushes. Seeing that the enemy was not what they expected, the dwarves widened their eyes. In order not to arouse the hostility of the dwarves, the sacred giant wolf and Tyrant did not go forward to communicate with the dwarves directly, but stayed where they were and watched the reactions of the 5 dwarves quietly. The dwarves gathered together with the sturdy dwarf leading the group and discussed in a muffled voice. When the leading dwarf saw Tyrant, he showed a look of surprise and then talked to the other 4 dwarves. The dwarves' discussion ended quickly, and judging from their expressions, they seemed to have relaxed. Led by the leading dwarf, the 5 dwarves walked towards Tyrant. However, although they found that the holy wolf and Tyrant were not the enemies they expected, the 5 dwarves still maintained a trace of vigilance, and the war hammers and battle axes were still tightly held in their hands. When they walked about 5 meters away from Tyrant, the leading dwarf stopped, and the 4 dwarves behind him naturally stopped, and 5 pairs of eyes looked at Tyrant at the same time. Tyrant was a little uncomfortable being stared at by the dwarves, but as an iceberg type beauty, Tyrant was naturally not shy, and did not ask questions first. After a stalemate of less than 10 seconds, the leading dwarf finally spoke first. "Excuse me, ma'am, are you an elf?" Gargant is a dwarf captain of the Hardston tribe of the Hill Dwarfs, and has more than 10 dwarf warriors under his command. In the Hardston tribe of only a few hundred dwarfs, Gargant is already considered a high-level official, so his daily life is still relatively comfortable. With the dwarf's weapon-making skills and the proximity of the Stone tribe to the Whispering Wind Forest, the Stone tribe made a lot of money by selling weapons to human caravans when the roads to the Whispering Wind Forest were open 30 years ago. It was considered a relatively wealthy tribe. But more than 20 years ago, the entire Whispering Wind Forest was occupied by some strange creatures that came from nowhere, and the trade route to the Whispering Wind Forest was interrupted. Without the caravans coming, the Stone tribe naturally could not sell weapons, and the living conditions of the tribe were getting worse and worse. If it were not for the money and food accumulated in the past, and the caravans that occasionally took a detour to the Stone tribe to buy weapons at a low price, I'm afraid that the Stone tribe would have to go to some large hill dwarf tribes and be annexed by those tribes. The lifespan of dwarves is generally between 150 and 200 years old, so Gargant, who was only 120 years old after 30 years, still served as the captain. Until that day, although the Whispering Wind Forest was occupied by some strange creatures, these creatures had never left the Whispering Wind Forest, so the Stone tribe was not vigilant. But some time ago, the Stone tribe suddenly had dwarves missing. The Stone tribe, which originally had a small population, naturally tried its best to investigate after this happened. However, this investigation led to some terrible enemies. Those enemies came out of the Whispering Wind Forest. They had mantis-like forelimbs and looked like demons crawling out of hell. The number of these demons was larger than that of the dwarves, and some of them had special abilities, so the Stone tribe was quickly defeated. Gargantuan was also fighting desperately, but in the end, under the persuasion of his subordinates, he gave up the futile desperate action and fled to the Warcraft mountains with the 8 or 9 remaining dwarf warriors under his command. Chapter 119. Dwarf Gargant. They thought they would be safe after escaping into the monster mountain range, and at most they would encounter some low-level monsters. But what Gargant didn't expect was that the demons were not going to let them go. Although they had already escaped into the monster mountain range, some demons were still chasing them. Under the persistent pursuit of those demons, the 9 dwarf warriors under Gargant gradually decreased. In order to avoid the pursuit of these demons, Gargant led his fewer and fewer men to escape deeper into the monster mountain range. Just now, Gargant and his men were caught up by a small group of demons. After a difficult battle, Gargant finally solved the weak group, but Gargant also knew clearly that it was only the lowest level of the demons, and there must be more demons chasing them. And just solving such a low level group caused another dwarf warrior under Gargant to sacrifice, and another was also seriously injured, and was almost cut open by the golden demon in the enemy group. If it weren't for Gargantuan's mid-stage strength, and the strength of his dwarves ranging from bronze to silver, it would be difficult for even the weakest squad of demons to contend with them. After this fierce battle, the 4 remaining dwarf warriors under Gargantuan were injured to varying degrees. After weighing the pros and cons, Gargantuan found a tall bush to rest. Just as the dwarves rested for a while and felt a little relaxed, they suddenly heard heavy breathing coming from behind the bushes in front of them. All of a sudden, the 5 dwarves were worried. Could it be that the demons were catching up? Gargantuan was the leader after all. After a little thought, he realized that the heavy breathing should be emitted by some large monsters. With the size of those demons, they could not emit such heavy breathing. Then Gargantuan explained his guess to the other 4 dwarves, and the 4 dwarf warriors settled down. If it was just a monster, there would be nothing to be afraid of. High-level monsters are not so easy to encounter. This should be some low-level monster that accidentally smelled their scent and wanted to prey on them, and these dwarf warriors still did not underestimate low-level monsters. Under Gargant's order, the 4 dwarf warriors gathered their strength and prepared to give the monsters that rushed in a head-on blow. After escaping, these dwarf warriors did not have a good meal. They were thinking about whether they could make barbecue after solving the monsters this time. But what they didn't expect was that their vigilance did not wait for the delicious monsters, but an energy bomb flattened the bushes in front of them. After the mud blocks hit their heads, what appeared in front of them was a golden giant wolf and an elf riding a white tiger. Gargant was a little confused. This elf seemed different from the elves he had seen before. He shook his head with an indescribable feeling. After a brief discussion with the other 4 dwarf warriors who gathered around him, they took the initiative to meet them. Gargant walked 5 meters in front of the elf and stopped. He knew that the proud elves did not like others to be too close to them. Next, Gargant was ready to greet the elf opposite. He hesitated when he opened his mouth because he did not know how to address the elf opposite. In the end, he imitated the way human merchants who came to the Stone Tribe to buy weapons addressed their female relatives and asked Tyrande. Hearing Gargant's question, Tyrande was also stunned for a moment. No one had ever called her a lady, but she quickly reacted and responded to Gargant's question. Yes, this brave dwarf warrior, I'm indeed an elf. To be precise, I'm the leader of the Night Elves, Tyrande whisper-whined. Euphony asked Tyrande to say this. After all, the Night Elves will have to contact with the outside races. Then, it is necessary to establish a clear position. It is obviously not convenient for Euphony himself to show up, and Tyrande, as the earliest and most powerful hero, can naturally bear the title of the leader. I guess other Night Elves wouldn't have any objections. Gargant was a little confused when he heard Tyrande's answer. Night Elves? Well, it might be the name of a tribe of the elves, just like the Stone Tribe he belonged to. Although it belonged to the Hill Dwarves, it also had a certain degree of independence. This Night Elf tribe should be like this too. Thinking of the Stone Tribe, Gargant couldn't help but feel a little sad. The Stone Tribe no longer exists. The feelings for the tribe for more than 100 years made Gargant fall into the beautiful memories of living in the Stone Tribe for a while, and he was stunned. Looking at Gargant, who was a little lost, Tyrande didn't bother him. Although he was a little naive, Tyrande still understood this courtesy. However, Gargant didn't let Tyrande wait for long. He soon realized that these memories were useless. Now he was communicating with Tyrande, so he was a little serious and continued to talk with Tyrande. At Euphony's signal, Tyrande simply talked to the dwarf captain for a few words and proposed to bring them back to his tribe. Gargant naturally would not refuse. He had briefly explained the fact that they were being hunted. Since the chief of the Night Elves did not mind, he would not give up the hope of escaping. As for what the other party was plotting against them, he was now dead, and the 4 dwarf warriors under him were only a small fighting force. Gargant thought that there was nothing he could do to Tyrande. Besides, the elves were a race that was relatively friendly to other races, except humans, of course. Gargant did not think that the chief of the Night Elves would harm him. And if he did not go with them, perhaps the next moment this dwarf team that had finally escaped would be destroyed by the demons hunting team. Since the elf on the opposite side could become the chief of a tribe, he should be very strong and strong enough to protect them. Gargant still remembered the power of the shockwave just now. As the captain, Gargant made a decision, and the 4 dwarf warriors under him naturally would not object. So, the 5 dwarves followed Tyrande, and returned to the team of the Night Elves and the Wild Wolves. Seeing a large number of Night Elves and Wild Wolves, Gargant's heart was completely relieved. With so many elves and tamed monsters, there should be no need to worry about the pursuit of the demons. After all, his strength is not strong, and the number of dwarves in this dwarf team is not large. Those demons will not send a strong team to pursue. In this way, the lives of himself and several of his men will be saved. Then, the 5 dwarves followed the mopping up team and headed in the direction of Ufei. Ufei naturally had his own considerations for bringing these dwarves back to the base. The time for the Night Elves to contact the outside world is not far away. Now they just have to wait for the completion of the construction of the building and the crazy explosion of soldiers. Even if they have to find a few more energy mines to collect energy, in Ufei's plan, all these things will be completed in 1 month. Then, it is very necessary to have a deeper understanding of the situation outside. I have been hiding in the wind whispering forest in the Monster Mountain range, and I don't know much about the specific situation on the Slays continent. Although he had obtained some information from the diary of the Grand Duke's son, the information he could obtain through will reading was only some general information, and Ufei still didn't know the details of Slays. Just like races, what he read in that diary only let Ufei know that there were many races on the Slays continent, such as humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, etc. But Ufei didn't know the distribution areas of these races on the Slays continent. As for the imaginary enemy humans in Ufei's mind, Ufei only knew that the territory occupied by humans on the Slays continent was the largest among all races, but he didn't know how strong humans were. After all, it was just the diary of a Grand Duke's son, and it was not known how many empires and kingdoms humans had. There were still not many things that a Grand Duke's son could touch. Bringing these dwarves back to the Night Elf base, we can learn about the specific power structure on the continent through them, and make a plan for the future actions of the Night Elves. Maybe someone will ask, wouldn't it be better to let Tyrande ask directly? It can also prevent the situation of the Night Elves from being exposed. If these dwarves talk nonsense outside, they may attract people with bad intentions. As for this, Ufei had no intention of letting these dwarves go outside. When we reach the territory of the Night Elves, the 5 dwarfs should serve this tree obediently anyway. Your tribe has been destroyed. While moving forward, Tyrande continued to ask Gargantuan about their situation. In the simple conversation just now, Tyrande only knew that the name of this dwarf captain was Gargantuan, and that his stone tribe had been destroyed, and the enemy who destroyed their stone tribe was chasing them. There was no time to say anything else. When Tyrande talked to Gargantuan on the road, Ufei naturally listened to Gargantuan's story through Tyrande. Hearing Gargantuan say that the enemy who destroyed their tribe came out of the wind whispering forest, Ufei immediately had a guess in his mind. It should be a force formed by wild monsters like ogres and tree demons. However, this wild monster is quite powerful. It can easily destroy a local dwarf tribe. It must be much stronger than ogres and tree demons. Then, Ufei asked Tyrande to ask Gargantuan about the appearance of the demons they mentioned, so that he could make a judgment. Chapter 120, First Encounter with Sets. Not long after, Ufei came back from his contemplation. Based on Gargant's description, he made a preliminary judgment. The demon mentioned by Gargant seemed to be Sets in Warcraft, but more information was needed to confirm it. At this time, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Among the 5 dwarves, one dwarf warrior was seriously injured, and Tyrande and Gargant were busy communicating, and did not notice him. After walking a distance, the dwarf warrior finally couldn't hold on, and just like that, he fainted gloriously. Ufei also remembered the abnormal situation of the dwarf warrior, and his attention was placed on the dwarf warrior again. The wound on the abdomen of this dwarf warrior was very horrifying, and it could almost be said that the whole belly was about to be cut open. Yufei couldn't help but be surprised at the tenacity of the vitality of this dwarf warrior. The black hair on the wound of this dwarf was still consuming his vitality. Well, if the demons mentioned by the dwarves were really sets, it would be understandable. Sets are said to have the blood of the hell race, and their leader is directly called Set's hell messenger. Then the origin of this black gas can be inferred. It should be the breath of hell. Low level sets cannot use the breath of hell. At least sets above level 5 can use this energy that contains the two attributes of death and darkness. After careful inquiry, it was learned from Gargant that the dwarf warrior was officially injured by a gold level sets. According to Gargant, that sets can also summon skeleton soldiers from the dead dwarf warrior. So, this gold level, or level 5 demon should be Set's soul thief, right? Yufei remembered that Set's soul thief has the skill of summoning skeletons. Now, Yufei's inference that the demon is the Set's clan is more certain. Sets. This wild monster race is not weak. The level 9 Set's hell messenger is very strong. If you really fight against the Set's clan, it will be quite troublesome. Although to level 9 monsters, the centaur wizard and the emperor of the sharp-haired beast had died at the hands of Yufei's children. That was because the two level 9 bosses were both injured and picked up an advantage, so they could be easily dealt with. If you really face a level 9 monster with intact strength, even if you barely kill it, you will probably suffer heavy casualties. Besides, the Set's hell envoy also has younger brothers, and according to Gargant, there are quite a few of them, so you still have to consider it carefully. Although it is time to gain experience now, you have to find a soft persimmon first, and then go to the Set's clan when you are stronger, and kill the boss and get equipment. After quietly making this decision in his heart, Yufei began to think about how to treat the seriously injured and unconscious dwarf warrior. The situation in which the hell breath consumes the vitality of the dwarf warrior should be considered a negative state in Warcraft, which can be eliminated by the purification skill, but now Tyrant does not have a unit with the purification skill. Then, you can only rely on replenishing vitality to keep the dwarf warrior alive first, and then think about purifying the hell breath. Next, Tyrant used the last healing ointment in the equipment bar on the seriously injured and unconscious dwarf warrior. With the addition of the healing ointment, the dwarf warrior's complexion gradually became ruddy, and the hideous wound on his abdomen began to heal. However, when the effect of the healing ointment ended, the wound was still not completely healed. A black gas was lingering on the wound on the dwarf warrior's abdomen like a maggot, making the effect of the healing ointment not as good as expected. The healing ointment replenished the vitality that the dwarf warrior had lost before, but it failed to dispel the hell breath, which made the vitality of the dwarf warrior continue to be lost. Yufei frowned slightly, but soon relaxed again. He thought about whether the Night Elves would have this kind of trouble when they faced the Sets in the future. But after a little thought, he was relieved. The so-called hell breath of Sets should only be effective on the native creatures of Slays, and for the Night Elves, as long as there is no passive skill or something, it will not cause trouble to them. Now let Tyrant and the others take the dwarves back to their place as soon as possible. The breath of hell is still consuming the vitality of the dwarf warrior, so it is better to solve it as soon as possible. At Yufei's urging, Tyrant asked a horror wolf to carry the dwarf warrior on his back and fixed it on the back of the horror wolf with vines. Then, Tyrant led the sweeping troops to speed up and rush back. In order to save time, Tyrant let the shadow magic tiger walk at the forefront of the team and released the breath of his 8th level magic beast without reservation. In this way, other magic beasts will not jump out to die without color, and Tyrant and his team will march faster. However, the breath of the shadow magic tiger can make other magic beasts dare not approach, but it cannot make some creatures dare not approach. A grey arrow-shaped energy suddenly shot out from the woods in front of the sweeping troops and flew towards Gargant. This grey energy arrow came suddenly, and the speed of shooting out was not slow. In the blink of an eye, it came to Gargant. Gargant's reaction was not slow either. After a sudden shock, he raised the warhammer in his hand and held it horizontally in front of him. In its mind, it naturally ignored Tyrant and the others. What? They said that I was not only provoked by those upright creatures, but also surrendered? How could that be? This tiger lord only did it for white tiger millimeters. Feeling that his dignity was despised, the shadow demon tiger let out a huge tiger roar, and a shadow roaring bullet condensed in his mouth and quickly flew in the direction of the energy arrow. Boom. The shadow roaring bullet blew up the broken wood in that area, and more than a dozen figures jumped out of the woods in a panic. It sits. Yufei looked at the dozen creatures that appeared in front of the mopping up troops through Tyran's vision and confirmed his judgment. 7 melee sets warriors, 3 level 5 sets soul thieves, 4 sets dark dancers and a sets whose situation was unknown and looked like a spell casting unit. The strength is not weak. That's right. Yufei suddenly remembered that, after advancing to the ancient tree, he could already check the attributes of non-friendly units. So he used Tyrant as a bridge to transmit his mental power and began to explore the properties of these sets. #SETES warrior, level 3 field unit attack type, normal attack range, melee attack speed, medium attack power, movement speed, medium armor type, heavy armor, health. #SETES soul thief, level 5 field unit attack type, normal attack range, melee attack speed, medium attack power, movement speed, medium armor type, medium armor, health, skills, mana burn, summon skeleton. #SETES dark dancer, level 4 field unit attack type, piercing attack range, 250 attack speed, slow attack power, movement speed, medium armor type, medium armor, health, mana, features, shadow meld skills, dark orb, attack curse. #SETES shadow wizard, level 7 field unit attack type, magic attack range, 500 attack speed, faster attack power, movement speed, medium armor type, light armor, HP, mana, skills, shadow arrow, attack curse, purification. The grey energy arrow just now should be the skill of this set's shadow wizard, shadow arrow. Speaking of which, there is no such unit as set's shadow wizard in Warcraft, Yufei thought. The tree demon high priest, centaur high wizard, and spike beast emperor that we met before have never appeared in the Warcraft game. It seems that this unit evolved after descending to the continent of Slays. After all, the native races or Warcraft of Slays can be advanced through training. If the 5 in Warcraft cannot be advanced, wouldn't it be too useless? Like the soldiers under his command, they can also gain experience through fighting and advance from ordinary level to elite level and then to elite level. According to Yufei's own calculations, ordinary archers were equivalent to bronze level archers on the Esraz continent, and at the elite level, they had barely reached the level of the cloud level. Then the evolution of wild monsters through battles was nothing. Yufei suddenly became worried. What if the set's Hell Emissary also evolved? You know, the set's Hell Emissary was originally a level 9 unit. If it was upgraded, Yufei didn't know at this time that Warcraft units above level 8, including level 8, could not directly descend on the Esraz continent. Han Chen didn't lie about the word count. Those data are at most 300 words. The skill data is not written. Chapter 121, Battle with Sets. What Yufei didn't know was that the high-end combat power of Warcraft, including the level 8 units, could not descend directly to the Slays continent. They could only descend through some special ways. Just like the little red dragon Red, the level 10 red dragon could not descend directly, so it would transform into an egg and lie dormant behind the volcano. And because Little Red was originally a level 10 red dragon, it would directly have the strength of about level 6 after hatching, and then grow very quickly. Level 9 units like the Centaur Wizard and the Emperor of the Sharp-Haired Beast evolved step by step from intermediate or low level centaurs and sharp-haired beasts. As a level 9 unit, the set's Hell Messenger is naturally the same as the Red Dragon, and can only descend through the form of transformation and sleep. That is because some time ago, the set's Hell Messenger woke up, and after a period of recovery, the set's Hell Messenger, who returned to the level 9 strength, controlled the set's clan. It was under the command of the set's Hell Envoy that the set's tribe walked out of the Wind Whispering Forest and attacked the Stone Tribe to meet some of the goals of the set's Hell Envoy. So Yufei's worry was unnecessary. The set's Hell Envoy who had just recovered his strength was not so easy to evolve. Moreover, the gap between level 9 and level 10 was actually very large, and it was not a boundary that could be easily crossed. Although Yufei didn't know this now, He also understood that worrying was useless, and that dealing with the sets in front of him was what he should do. A sets squad with a maximum combat power of only level 7. What kind of storm can it cause under Tyrande and his men? Yufei shook his head. This kind of battle that was not on the same order of magnitude was really nothing to watch. Sure enough, the next battle was one-sided, and Tyrande didn't even take action. Feeling that his majesty had been greatly challenged, the shadow demon tiger couldn't wait to attack the dozen or so sets in front of him. This time, the shadow demon tiger directly used the magic of shadow clone, splitting 4 clones to rush towards the set's team, while it sneakily but quickly approached the set's shadow wizard with the strongest aura. The speed of the 4 shadow demon tiger clones was slightly slower than that of the shadow demon tiger itself. So when the shadow demon tiger body bypassed other sets and arrived in front of the set's shadow wizard, its clones fought with several sets in close combat. Although the shadow demon tiger's clones can only exist for 10 seconds, the shadow demon tiger is confident that the 4 clones are enough to get rid of those strange enemies within 10 seconds. The shadow demon tiger came in front of the set's shadow wizard in stealth mode, and without any hesitation, it aimed its claws at the set's shadow wizard's neck and cut it. The moment it moved its claws, its invisibility was broken, and its huge body appeared naked in front of the set's shadow wizard and the 4 sets dark dancers standing behind. The 5 sets were all startled, and at this time, the shadow demon tiger's claws flashing with black light were about to hit the set's shadow wizard's neck. The shadow demon tiger had already blessed the dark claw, and was obviously ready to kill this enemy with one blow. But the set's shadow wizard did not panic at all in the face of this dangerous situation. It moved its hands, and a ball of dark red light instantly flew to the shadow demon tiger. The shadow demon tiger was also startled when the dark red light flew to itself, but it did not find that the light brought any harm to itself, so it ignored it and intentionally increased the strength of its claws. But when the claws attacked the set's shadow wizard, the shadow demon tiger felt something was wrong, and its attack did not seem to land. It felt like, just like the situation that occasionally occurred when the blindfolded boy in front blocked itself and fought with itself, and the attack fell without any reason. Yufei, who was observing here, understood that it was the set's shadow wizard who cast an attack curse on the shadow demon tiger, which made the shadow demon tiger's attack have a certain chance of missing, so the shadow demon tiger did not cause damage to the set's shadow wizard. Of course, the effect of this attack curse is at the low level like dodge, so the shadow demon tiger's determined attack did not work. However, how did the set's shadow wizard know that the shadow demon tiger's attack would definitely miss? The attack curse is a probabilistic skill with dots. Yufei increased the transmission of mental power and focused his will on the attack curse skill on the set's shadow wizard's attribute panel. Attack curse enhanced. As the caster's strength increases, the attack curse is strengthened. Consume a small amount of magic points to form a curse on the target unit, making the unit's first attack after obtaining the curse effect definitely miss, and the attack within the next 10 seconds has a 40% chance of missing. The casting interval is 1 minute. Well, as expected, there is a reason for the calmness of this set's shadow wizard. I remember that the attack curse of set's dark dancer has a 30% chance of missing the attack of the affected unit within a certain period of time, while the attack curse of Attis shadow wizard, who is much stronger, has become an enhanced version. Not only has the discipline of missing the attack within the duration been improved, but there is also a special effect that the first attack will definitely miss. This can be regarded as a life-saving skill, Yufei thought. It is precisely because of this skill that the attack of the shadow demon tiger returned in vain. Relying on the attack curse, set's shadow wizard avoided the fatal blow of the shadow demon tiger and then quickly retreated. The shadow demon tiger is also a veteran of battles. Although the opponent relied on unknown magic to avoid his attack, it had encountered this situation with Illidan in front of it, and there was no lag. Then it exerted force on its hind legs and continued to rush forward, chasing the retreating set's shadow wizard. At the same time, the result of the battle between set's melee units and the 4 clones of the shadow demon tiger was also revealed. If the shadow demon tiger had time to look back now, it would definitely be surprised by this result. The 7 sets warriors and 3 level 5 sets soul thieves were fighting against the 4 shadow demon tigers. The Shadow Demon Tiger's clones' first round of attack on these sets killed 4 sets warriors directly, but their subsequent performance was not so satisfactory. After the 4 clones dealt with the 4 sets warriors, they were about to continue attacking, but 3 dark green rays suddenly hit one of the clones. This was the mana burning skill of the set's soul thief. Because the Shadow Demon Tiger's clones were originally made of magic power, the effect of mana burning, that burned 100 magic points, and 100 health points caused 200 damage to the Shadow Demon Tiger clone. Under the effect of the 3 mana burnings, the Shadow Demon Tiger clone was dispersed before the duration was up. However, this did not have any effect on the other 3 clones, because these clones were actually pure energy bodies without intelligence, and they would only attack, and attack again. The other 3 clones attacked the remaining 3 sets warriors, and they were solved in 3 or 2 rounds without any suspense. But in the following battle with the set's soul thief, the 3 Shadow Demon Tiger clones were dragged by the 3 sets soul thieves until the duration of the clones ended. At this time, the 3 sets soul thieves were also seriously injured, but they rushed directly into the camp of the Night Elves and the feral wolves like crazy. What's going on? Even Euphony was stunned. Are they looking for death? But the goals of the 3 sets soul thieves are very clear. From the way they stared at Gargant and the others, it can be seen that their target is really Gargant and his companions. Khan, no way. What deep hatred does Gargant have with them, and he is so desperate to solve them. In fact, this is just an order from the set's Hell Messenger, that a few fleeing dwarves must be killed. In the strict hierarchy of the set's clan, as long as the superior gives an order, the low-level sets must complete this order with their lives. Therefore, including the set Shadow Wizard, the ultimate goal of this set's team is to kill Gargantua and the other dwarves. The ending of these 3 sets soul thieves is naturally a tragedy. Before they rushed to the defense line, where the wild wolf was, they were overwhelmed by a pile of arrows and moon blades. This is all experience. As for the set's dark dancers, before they launched an attack on the dwarves, a glimmer of light flashed among them, and suddenly a figure wearing a huge cloak appeared. This figure is naturally Maiev. After Maiev used Flash to enter the middle of the 4 sets dark dancers, the cloak moved, and a sea blue smoke filled the body. The 4 sets dark dancers in the smoke were about to release the dark orb to attack Gargantua and the others, but they found that the skills they usually used could not be used suddenly. Confused, they naturally did not know that Maev's smokescreen skill had a forbidden effect. However, they were blocked by the smokescreen and instinctively dispersed to the surroundings, ready to leave the suddenly appeared smoke area. However, Maev would not let them have their way. The smokescreen blocked the sight of the set's dark dancers, but it did not block Maev's sight. Maev clearly observed the movements of the 4 sets dark dancers. 2 of the 4 sets dark dancers were confused by the smokescreen, and it seemed that they would not be able to get out of the range of the smokescreen for a while. After all, the smokescreen skill also has a deceleration effect, and after it was upgraded to level 3, the depression skill has been upgraded to level 2 by Maev, and the various effects are naturally more powerful. The other 2 sets dark dancers were already at the edge of the smokescreen, and although they were also affected by the deceleration effect, they were about to get out of the range of the smokescreen. Chapter 122 The Dark Sphere. Maev's eyes flashed coldly, and a dark green dagger flew out and stabbed into the body of a set's dark dancer. Without checking the situation of the set's dark dancer, Maev had already rushed to the side of another set's dark dancer who was about to walk out of the smokescreen, and launched an attack. Maev was very confident in her shadow assault, which had been upgraded to level 2. Even if the immediate damage could not kill the set's dark dancer, the subsequent continuous poison damage would quickly kill it. Sure enough, after being hit by the shadow assault, the set's dark dancer who was still groping in the smokescreen uttered a muffled groan, and blue blood flowed from the place where it was hit, and soon took on some green. Not long after, the set's dark dancer who was hit by the shadow assault was poisoned by the poison attack. At the same time, the other set's dark dancer was not feeling well. In the smokescreen, it could hardly see anything, and could only choose a direction to walk based on the impression, before falling into the smokescreen, hoping to get out of this strange smoke area. Fortunately, the direction chosen by this set's dark dancer was the most convenient direction for it to get out of the smokescreen area. In fact, Mayev's smokescreen skill has a hidden feature, which is to disrupt the sense of direction. If you don't choose the nearest escape route at the beginning in the smokescreen, you may end up going around in circles in the smokescreen if you walk in one direction. This lucky set's Dark Dancer was only about 5 or 6 meters away from the edge of the smokescreen. If it hadn't hesitated for a while, because it couldn't cast a spell, and the smokescreen had a deceleration effect, this set's Dark Dancer might have already walked out of the smokescreen area. And now, Mayev naturally wouldn't let her walk out of the range of the smokescreen skill safely. After a few steps, Mayev came behind the set's Dark Dancer and swung her ratchet fiercely at the back of the set's Dark Dancer's neck. The perception of the set's Dark Dancer was also very good. When Mayev's ratchet was swung, it noticed the enemy's attack in the smoke and subconsciously leaned forward. Mayev's ratchet only opened a big hole on its back and did not hit the back of the set's Dark Dancer's neck to give it a fatal blow. However, the luck of this set's Dark Dancer ended there. After all, it was just a level 4 wild monster, and it was a magic-oriented unit. Fighting Mayev in the smoke was naturally like going to the toilet with a lantern. Soon, Mayev's ratchet cut off its head and turned it into Mayev's experience. Looking back at the other two sets' Dark Dancers, Mayev suddenly found that a loser had run into the smoke and attacked the two sets' Dark Dancers. Isn't this stealing experience? Mayev deeply despised Illidan in her heart. With the effects of level 2 dodge and level 2 fanaticism, Illidan easily solved the two sets' Dark Dancers, and then the smoke gradually dissipated. Mayev's smokescreen skill is open to friendly forces. Friendly units will not be affected by the smokescreen skill, can still cast spells, and will not be blocked from sight. At this time, the only one left in the set's team was the level 7 set's Shadow Wizard. Under the relentless pursuit of the late level 8 Shadow Demon Tiger, the set's Shadow Wizard could not hold on after all. Although the attack curse played its effect twice later, the set's Shadow Wizard was still seriously injured by the Shadow Demon Tiger. The set's Shadow Wizard looked at the Shadow Demon Tiger that was pestering him, and then looked at the mission this time. The dwarf warriors gritted his teeth and responded. He raised his hand, and a white twisted ball of light flew towards the Shadow Demon Tiger that had been chasing him. When the white ball of light fell on the Shadow Demon Tiger, the Shadow Demon Tiger suddenly twitched all over, and white lightning-like beams of light jumped up on his skin. At the same time, the dark claws attached to the Shadow Demon Tiger's claws suddenly disappeared. Well, this is purification, Yuffie, who was observing the battle, judged. Under the effect of purification, the movement speed of the Shadow Demon Tiger suddenly decreased to 20% of the original speed, and it was obviously unable to catch up with the set's Shadow Wizard, at least before the effect of purification disappeared. The Shadow Demon Tiger could not catch up with the set's Shadow Wizard. Looking at the slowed Shadow Demon Tiger, the set's Shadow Wizard did not make any escape moves, but stopped where he was. It was seen that a grey energy was brewing in its hands, and it quickly condensed this energy into an arrow and shot it towards Gargantua. This is the Shadow Arrow, the most powerful attack skill of the set's Shadow Wizard. Relying on the other battle axe in his hand, Gargantua once again dodged the attack that wanted to kill him, but at this time his two weapons were both scrapped. The attack was unsuccessful, and the set's Shadow Wizard could no longer delay under the pursuit of the Shadow Demon Tiger, and was beaten half to death by the Shadow Demon Tiger's claws. This was Yuffie's order. Although he knew that he couldn't ask sets about the outside world, this level 7 unit still accounted for a lot of experience points, didn't it? Mayev flashed and came directly to the fallen set's Shadow Wizard. Ratchet killed this mutated level 7 sets with a few attacks. After absorbing the experience provided by set's Shadow Wizard, a level 7 unit, Mayev was one step closer to level 4. Illidan, who also wanted to upgrade, didn't have time to grab heads this time, so he was naturally a little depressed. Mayev looked at Illidan with an unhappy expression, but she was happy in her heart. Let you grab my experience pack, haha, you don't have the flash skill, what can you use to grab heads with me? So far, this set's squad that suddenly appeared and wanted to continue to hunt down Gargant and several dwarves was completely wiped out. As for the post-war work, there is nothing much to say. It was still Tyrant who went to open the body of set's Shadow Wizard, and continued to open a piece of equipment with strong character. Dark Sphere. The bearer's attack +6. Melee heroes become ranged attacks when attacking air, and when the Dark Sphere is used to kill an enemy unit, a Dark Slave will be summoned from its corpse. A Dark Sphere. Yufei thought about it, and let Maev equip it. As a guerrilla sneak attack hero, Maev usually targets magic units with low defense and thin blood, and magic units are easily killed by Maev in 2 hits. In this way, with the Dark Sphere, a Dark Slave can be summoned from the corpse of the quickly killed magic unit, causing greater chaos, and killing in the enemy's magic camp. There is nothing much to say about the next journey, since Set's pursuit team has been solved, with the Shadow Demon Tiger releasing momentum to clear the way. The return journey of the mopping up troops is naturally smooth. Not long after, Tyrant returned to Yufei's place with the Night Elves, the Wild Wolves and the 5 dwarves who had just joined the team. From a distance, Gargant and his men did not find Yufei's giant tree that was beyond ordinary trees. This was because Yufei had found a way to barely hide his unique size. That was to use the spirit wood energy to form a fine mist layer to refract the light, so that from a distance, Yufei was not much taller than other trees. To be precise, under the refraction effect, Yufei would be seen as a forest by people in the distance. When the mopping up troops gradually approached Yufei and the refraction effect became worse and worse, Gargant and the other 4 dwarf warriors suddenly discovered Yufei's giant tree that was more than 800 meters high. More than 800 meters. On Earth, it is as high as a 200-story building. Even on Earth, where technology is advanced, and there are many high-rise buildings, there are countless people who have never seen such a tall building, let alone on the continent of Eslays where productivity is not very developed, and Gargant can be said to be just a small leader of a rural tribe. In fact, he has not seen many things. Seeing Yufei's size, he was naturally stunned. Oh my god, how can there be such a big tree? Gargant opened his mouth involuntarily. At this time, Tyrant spoke. Warrior Garganta, this is our great mother tree, and it is also the greatest support and secret of our Night Elves. We will not let outsiders know it, so. Garganta was shocked when he heard Tyrant's words. Was she going to kill him? But then he thought, if she didn't want him to see this giant tree, why would Chief Tyrant bring him here? It seems that she wants him and a few of his men to join the Night Elves, and it is still difficult for them to show up in the outside world. Thinking of this, Garganta felt a little bitter. But thinking deeper, he was originally a homeless dwarf, and the stone tribe had become a ruin. The strength of this Night Elf tribe seems to be very strong, and there are even 2 tamed level 8 monsters. Staying here can be safe and guaranteed, and there is no need to worry about being hunted by those demons. Besides, the chief of the Night Elves must have a request to invite him to join the Night Elves. In this case, the treatment he gives him will not be bad. Then, it's not a bad idea to stay here. After thinking it through, Gargant brought the 3 dwarf warriors, except the unconscious dwarf together, and after a few discussions, they made a decision. Gargant walked in front of Tyrant, and stopped politely when he was 5 meters away, and spoke to Tyrant. Chief Tyrant, my companions and I are willing to join the Night Elves, but I hope you can give us a safe environment and good treatment. Yufei was depressed at this time because Tyrant casually called him Mother Tree. However, Yufei didn't struggle for long on this title and noticed Gargant's performance. After listening to Gargant's words, Yufei couldn't help but sigh. Who said that dwarves are a race with bad tempers and simple minds? This Gargant first quickly understood Tyrant's meaning, and then when he wisely joined the Night Elves, he also knew to fight for the interests of himself and his companions. It's quite smart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123. The Dwarf Ganges treatment as a protagonist. Well, this Gargant is quite sensible. That's good. The dwarves casting technology should be very good, and they should be of great use. Well, let's give them some sweetness first. In Gargant's eyes, a wisp of dark green gas suddenly floated out from the dense branches of the giant tree and flew towards the dwarves. Gargant subconsciously looked at Tyrant, but found that there was no change in Tyrant's expression, so he calmed down and looked at the dark green mist. This dark green weapon was the concentrated version of the moisturizing spell cast by Yuffie. This concentrated version of the moisturizing spell gradually floated to the dwarf warrior who was entangled by the breath of hell, and sank into the body of the unconscious dwarf warrior. After the moisturizing spell was cast on the dwarf warrior, the black breath of hell on its wound was gradually offset by the dark green energy and soon disappeared. After the hell breath disappeared, Yuffie's perception showed that the vitality of the dwarf warrior was no longer lost, and the remaining spiritual wood energy after the moistening technique offset the hell breath also played a role in restoring injuries. Now the vitality of the dwarf warrior is probably more vigorous than before he was injured. Gargant watched the unknown gas in his eyes sink into his men's bodies, and then his men's wounds gradually healed, and the terrifying black hair was melted. He couldn't help but have an intuitive understanding of the ability of the Night Elves. He also knew the power of the black breath. After being entangled by the black air, even the elders of the sky level could not use fighting spirit to drive it away, and could only be consumed by the black air. In the place where the Night Elves were, an unknown gas made the black breath that the dwarf elders could not do anything about melt away, and also made Gangji, the name of the dwarf, recover from all his injuries. It was really amazing. And what happened next surprised Gargant even more. Gangji, the dwarf who was treated, gradually woke up a few seconds after his wounds were completely healed. Gangji didn't know what happened along the way. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he followed the elves that suddenly appeared after the Captain Gargant made a decision. Gangji, who had just woken up, felt the vitality gushing out of his body, evil, before he could speak. Gangji's eyes, which had just opened, closed immediately again, and began to mobilize the fighting spirit in his body, thinking about the next level of impact. Gargant, who rushed to Gangji to check the situation, saw that Gangji closed his eyes soon after waking up, and his heart sank. However, he immediately felt the energy that came out of Gangji's body, and thought of a possibility, so he retreated a few meters. At this time, Gangji had been put down from the back of the Terror Wolf carrying him by an archer, and his body had begun to emit a silver-white light. Gangji was considered the strongest among Gargant's warriors, with the strength of the Peak of Silver. And now, the silver-level fighting spirit was emerging around his body. The surrounding Night Elves and Wild Wolves retreated a distance, leaving a space for Gangji. The silver fighting spirit around Gangji was burning like a flame, and it could be seen that it was gradually taking on a hint of gold. Is he going to advance to the gold level? Looking at the fighting spirit on Gangji's body gradually changing from silver to gold, Gargant confirmed his guess. Yuffie was also observing the dwarf who was advancing with interest. Speaking of which, I don't know much about the power system on the SLA's continent. I'll take this opportunity to see how the fighting spirit in this world is advancing. This silver fighting spirit, gold fighting spirit, etc. I have only seen it in novels before. Yuffie probed his mental power into Gangji's body, and he found that part of the vitality of the dwarf was being transformed into some colorless fighting spirit, and then sank into a vortex in the dwarf's chest. The vortex was silver white all over, and it was spinning slowly, constantly taking in some fighting spirit that rushed to the chest, and releasing some fighting spirit outward. At the center of the vortex, a trace of gold was slowly emerging. Well, this Dalki vortex is equivalent to Danshan, Yuffie thought. After the colorless Dalki transformed from vitality entered Gangji's Dalki vortex, the golden color in the vortex suddenly expanded a lot, and the center of the entire vortex changed from silver white to gold. The subsequent colorless Dalki transformed from vitality continued to enter the Dalki vortex, and the golden range of the vortex became larger and larger. Watching the advancement process of this dwarf, Yuffie understood some of the mysteries of Dalki on the SLA's continent. Dalki should be a kind of energy transformed from vitality, and it is precisely because its advancement requires vitality to transform, so those who practice Dalki do not live, as long as those who practice internal skills on Earth. Of course, this refers to the same level. The colorless Dalki transformed from vitality should actually be the purest and most powerful Dalki, but their quantity is too small, and cannot be used in combat at a low level. so they can only lower their standards by themselves and transform them into advanced energy through Dalki techniques. I think when you reach a certain level of Dalki cultivation, you can directly use that colorless Dalki to cause greater destructive power. Yufei's guess is actually correct. After reaching the legendary level, the warriors who practice Dalki on the Slays continent can gradually start to directly use the colorless Dalki transformed from vitality. When reaching the mythical level, all the energy in the Dalki warrior's body will be converted into colorless Dalki, and the combat power will become very strong. While Yufei was thinking about this, Gangji's advancement was gradually approaching the end. The Dalki flames around his body had completely turned into gold. Gangji successfully reached the gold level, and Gargant saw that Gangji's advancement this time was still leapfrogging, and he directly reached the strength of the middle stage of the gold level. Seeing that Gangji had temporarily withdrawn from the advanced state, Gargant expressed his surprise to Tyrande about this matter, and Tyrande's answer was naturally to push everything onto the Great Mother Tree Yufei, which also made Gargant look at Yufei with a look of surprise, not knowing the previous attitude, but with a hint of desire and horror. After learning from Gargant too that the dwarf had jumped directly from the silver level to the middle stage of the gold level, Yufei suddenly had an idea. He knew that his moistening technique definitely did not have such a great effect, and it could also make people's fighting spirit advance. Thinking carefully, there might be such a bloody reason as destruction and then establishment. The dwarf's injuries were already very serious, and his vitality was lost a lot under the erosion of the hell breath, and his natural life potential was also stimulated. Later, Tyrande used the healing ointment to replenish his vitality, which means that his vitality was actually very full. Later, when he came to Yufei, in order to expel the hell breath from Gangji, Yufei performed a concentrated version of the moistening technique. After offsetting the hell breath, the remaining Yuan Lingwood Ki gave Gangji a greater supplement. In addition, Gangji already had the strength of the peak of the silver level, so it was natural for him to advance. Yufei sighed in his heart. This kind of thing of breaking down and then building up and upgrading across levels is obviously the treatment of the protagonist in the online novels on Earth. It's like encountering a giant tree in the forest, transferring energy, and promoting advancement. It's a clear template of the protagonist of the adventure type. But I have become the one who gives the adventure this feeling, is actually quite good. At this time, the golden fighting spirit on Gangji's body has gradually converged. Obviously, this advancement has been completed. The first person Gangji saw when he woke up was his captain Gargant. Gargant simply explained the current situation to Gangji, and Gangji, who knew that he was rescued by the Night Elves, naturally would not object to joining the Night Elves. In this way, the 5 dwarves fell into Yufei's claws. When Yufei completed the advancement and checked the changes in various buildings after the advancement, the Night Elves had already built a tree house on it. This time, there is naturally a place to rest. As for the wild wolves, they found a place to rest under the ancient guardians. Looking at the 5 dwarves who walked towards him under the leadership of Tyrande, Yufei's mind moved, and some small branches on his outer branches twisted and turned, and soon formed several tree houses. At Yufei's signal, Tyrande took Gargant and the others to the branches, where the tree houses were located, and settled them down first. And what they saw along the way surprised Gargant and the other 4 dwarves. The wide branch passage that could run a carriage, the tree houses on the branches that seemed to be natural, and the tree canopy that covered the sky and the sun. When they looked up, all shocked Gargant and the other dwarves, and their doubts about the Night Elves increased. This Night Elf tribe looks very powerful, so why haven't they heard of it on the mainland before? It seems that there are more than one legendary strongman in this elf tribe, so they should not be unknown. Also, I don't know what these Night Elves will let me do. With these questions, several dwarves were arranged by Tyrande to their respective tree houses, and then Tyrande walked along the thick branches to Yufei's trunk. After a while, Tyrande came to Yufei's main body, and on the back of the white tiger under Tyrande's crotch was a basket made of rattan, which naturally contained the magic crystals harvested in this autumn wind operation. The next step is to transform the magic crystals, build new buildings, and research new technologies. Yufei was a little excited. Mountain giants, tree monsters, please present gifts to your great father god. Chapter 124 Ancient Tree of Wind. Yufei was not going to use the magic crystals of level 3, 4, and 6 for the time being. These 3 levels of magic crystals were used to exchange for equipment for the military, corresponding to the equipment that could be worn by the ordinary level, the equipment that could be equipped by the elite level, and the exclusive equipment for the elite level. Then, he could only convert the extra magic crystals of level 5 and magic crystals below level 3. Yufei had already reserved 8 magic crystals of level 5 for Illidan and Mayev to exchange for primary exclusive equipment, so Yufei converted all the 52 magic crystals of level 5 that he harvested this time into energy, converting a total of 26,000 units of energy. Although there were a lot of magic crystals below level 3, because of their low level, they only converted about 8,000 units of energy. Well, the effect of begging for money was very good. Just by converting the magic crystals of level 5 and magic crystals below level 3, he harvested more than 34,000 units of energy. If all the magic crystals harvested this time were converted, I'm afraid that the number would be more than doubled. Yufei looked at the magic crystals of level 3, 4, and 6 with regret. However, the purpose of converting energy is to enhance the strength of the Night Elves. Exchanging arms and equipment can also greatly enhance the strength of the arms and units, so it is not a waste. Anyway, energy can be obtained by collecting energy mines. Now we can also open sub-bases. The next step is to let Tyrant and others find new energy mines and build sub-bases. However, energy mines are limited after all, and they are considered non-renewable energy. In the future, when we upgrade to the Eternal Tree, we may consume more energy, and we have to find a better way to obtain energy. Yufei remembered a novel he had read on Earth. The protagonist also collected energy to build buildings and soldiers, to fight for hegemony in the end of the world, but the energy mines in it can be regenerated, but he can't, which is depressing. At this time, there are as many as 30 elves collecting wood. Every 10 minutes, they can provide Yufei with 150 units of wood resources. The wood and energy for building the ancient tree of wind have all been gathered. Yufei gave an order to build the ancient tree of wind to an elf that had just been produced. The elf immediately drilled into the ground at the place designated by Yufei, and then a tree gradually grew out of that piece of ground. Yufei had converted 33,000 units of energy from the level 5 magic crystals he had harvested from the Warcraft siege before, and the mopping up operation had harvested about 34,000 units of energy. In addition, the energy mines had been providing energy, so the consumption of 14,000 units of energy from the ancient wind tree was not a big deal. But the wood was running out again. Yufei was determined to continue producing elves. Anyway, there was enough energy now, and the only thing missing was wood. It would not be a big deal to get more elves to collect wood. As for the population problem, he could just build more moon wells. Now the ancient space in his body could accommodate 150 moon wells, which was enough for use. It would only consume some more energy and wood. At this time, Yufei had about 55,000 units of energy, but because of the lack of wood, he could not study the technologies that consumed a lot of wood, so he set his sights on the ancient war tree. There are 5 technologies available for research in the war ancient tree, but the research of shooting and moonblade requires more than 10,000 units of wood, which is obviously not possible now. However, the 3 technologies of hardbow, sentinel and piercing blade are very cheap and can be researched now. After paying 1000 units of energy and 1000 units of wood, the sentinel skill of the huntress began to be researched. Yufei's wood resources have dropped to double digits at this time. However, Yufei calculated that the research of sentinel takes 1 hour. After 1 hour, the wood will be restored to 1000 units, and then the hardbow or piercing blade can be continued. After 1 hour, the sentinel skill is completed, and the sentinel skill of all huntresses is activated. However, Yufei noticed that the elite huntress can have 2 sentinel owls at the same time, while the elite huntress can have 3. So, the ordinary level should have 1. Because the huntress is under his command, have all advanced to the elite or elite level, Yufei can only guess. Next, Yufei studied the hardbow. The effect of this technology is to increase the archer's range by 50 meters. Well, yes, this is the effect that a rattan short bow can have. But after this technology is studied, unlike the equipment of a certain type of soldier, the entire archer type can be improved. After another hour, the hard bow technology research was completed. At the same time, the construction of the ancient wind tree was also completed. Eupheny ignored the improvement that the hard bow brought to the archer and directly probed his mental power into the ancient wind tree. Ancient wind tree, attack type, normal attack power, armor type, enhanced armor, HP, *traing hippogriff, melee flying unit. You can learn the skill of taming hippogriff. Can attack air units. Researching taming hippogriff allows archers to ride on the back of hippogriff and become hippogriff riders. Hippogriff riders can attack both air units and ground units. *traing raptor druid, flexible magic unit. At the beginning, you can cast fairy fire to reduce the enemy's armor and make the enemy invisible. You can also learn Stormcrow, Hurricane and Raptor's Mark skills. You can attack air units and ground units. Research Raptor's Mark allows Raptor Druid to cast fairy fire in Stormcrow state. Requires Raptor Druid master training. Not satisfied. Research Raptor Druid expert training. Increases the maximum mana regeneration speed, health and attack power of Raptor Druid in Night Elf state. And gives it the Stormcrow skill. Train Fairy Dragon, a small flying unit that is good at damaging enemy magic units. It has disguise movement, magic flame and magic immunity skills. It can attack air units and ground units. Oh Hippogriff is out. Then Hippogriff Rider will soon appear. Whether it is Hippogriff or Hippogriff Rider, it means that the Night Elves will soon have a large-scale air force. However, the number of Hippogriff and Hippogriff Rider must be controlled well. In Warcraft, the Hippogriff can only attack in close combat, which is the only melee air unit in Warcraft. Other races, such as the Dragon Hawk Rider and Griffin Rider of the human race, the Wind Rider and Self-Destructing Bat of the Orcs, the Gargoyle and Frost Dragon of the Undead race can all attack remotely. Only the Hippogriff of the Night Elves can only attack in close combat, and it must be allowed to be ridden by archers after studying the taming of the Hippogriff before it can be attacked remotely. However, the limitation of the game is that, although the Hippogriff is a melee attack, it should be able to attack ground units, but the game design does not allow the Hippogriff to attack ground units. In addition, the attack power of the Hippogriff is actually very strong, but after the archer rides on it, the attack power displayed in the game becomes that of the archer. At the same time, the Hippogriff cannot attack in close combat. This is obviously unreasonable in reality. In reality, the attack power of the Hippogriff itself will obviously not be covered by the archer, which makes the Hippogriff Rider a soldier that can attack both near and far. However, having an archer on his back will definitely affect the combat effectiveness of the Horned Eagles. Therefore, some pure Horned Eagles must be obtained. These Horned Eagles can also be used as reconnaissance forces. As for the Raptor Druids, they are auxiliary units of the Night Elves, of course. After transforming into Storm Crows, they are also an air combat unit, and their combat effectiveness is not weak. But mainly speaking, the Raptor Druids mainly play the role of weakening the enemy, Fairy Fire, and controlling the enemy, Hurricane. Fairy Fire can reduce the defense of the affected unit. Even a creature as strong as the Earth Bear will become fragile under the Fairy Fire. And the unit that has been cast with the Fire of the Soul cannot be invisible, which makes the Raptor Druids the natural enemy of thieves on the continent of Slays. After all, the Mage's Eye of Breaking Invisibility can only bless one person, giving him the ability to see through invisibility. And the Fairy Fire can make the marked unit visible to everyone. When you encounter a profession like a thief or assassin, you can use the Shadow of Dust to temporarily reveal them, and then let the Raptor Druid bless them with the Spirit Fire, so that the thief will have nowhere to hide. At the same time, the thief profession, whose defense is already very low, will probably die if it is hit or touched. The Hurricane skill will make the affected unit unable to attack, cast magic, move, or use items. In short, it can't do anything. Of course, the unit that has been cast with a Hurricane cannot be attacked. In the game, this is an excellent skill to control the enemy's powerful units first, delay time, and break them one by one. However, in this real world, the Hurricane skill should change. At least, the state of being unable to be attacked should not appear. Eupheny guessed that this skill may become a magic that combines attack and restriction. However, the restriction will definitely not be as strong as in the game, and it may only have the effect of temporary restraint and deceleration. However, the Hurricane skill can only be acquired after studying the Raptor Druid Master Training, and studying the Raptor Druid Master Training is something that can only be done at the Eternal Tree level. It is still a bit far away. To think about it now, Eupheli actually felt a little regretful. Whether it is the Claw Druid or the Raptor Druid, their value can only be maximized after studying the Eternal Tree level technology. And Eupheli, who still doesn't know what the Eternal Heart is, obviously can't reach the Eternal Tree level in a short time. Chapter 125 Short-Term Planning. The last unit that the Ancient of Wind can train is the Elf Dragon. In fact, when Eupheli first played Warcraft, he didn't know much about the Elf Dragon. He felt that this unit was useless, with low attack power and anemia. It was clearly giving experience to the enemy, so Eupheli rarely used the Elf Dragon in battle. But later, when a Warcraft expert in Eupheli's high school dormitory taught Eupheli how to play Warcraft, he explained to Eupheli the role of the Elf Dragon. In Warcraft Frozen Throne, the Night Elves were designed to be collectively anemic. They finally had a hard-skinned mountain giant, but it was medium armor. So in order to restrict the spellcasting units of other races, Blizzard designed the Elf Dragon. The Elf Dragon's disguised movement skill is to make up for its anemia. When attacked, the Elf Dragon can temporarily hide in a subspace to escape the enemy's attack. This is equivalent to temporary invincibility. However, when the disguised movement is activated, the Elf Dragon cannot move, attack or cast spells. This skill is a bit similar to the effect of a hurricane, but it is cast on the Elven Dragon itself. In the game, disguised movement is generally set to be released automatically. However, the duration of disguised movement to hide in the subspace is only 1.5 seconds, and its cooldown time is as long as 6.5 seconds. Therefore, the Elven Dragon often uses disguised movement under the enemy's first attack, but is destroyed in the subsequent concentrated fire attack. However, in the real world, the Elven Dragon will naturally judge when to use disguised movement to avoid the skills that cause the most damage to itself, so that the effect of this life-saving skill can be maximized. The value of the Elven Dragon as a soldier lies in its other skill, Magic Flame. When using Magic Flame, a magic magnetic field will be formed around the Elven Dragon's body. Within the range of influence of this magic magnetic field, the enemy's spellcasting troops will suffer certain damage when casting magic or consuming magic points. According to the data in Warcraft, within the range of the magic magnetic field, the enemy will suffer 3 points of damage for every point of magic consumed, and the hero unit will suffer 1 point of damage for every point of magic consumed. Because the sound and light effects of the magic magnetic field formed when casting the magic flame make the Elven Dragon look like a light egg at this time, the magic flame skill is also called egg transformation. When egg transformation, the Elven Dragon cannot move, and when casting the magic flame, the Elven Dragon cannot use disguised movement. In this case, the anemic Elven Dragon is easily killed by the enemy, so egg transformation has an additional effect, an armor increase of 12 points. The attack power of the Elven Dragon itself is very low, and its output mainly relies on the magic flame skill to cause damage to the enemy's magic forces. But it should be noted here that the enemy unit affected by the magic magnetic field will only be affected by the magic flame of one Elven Dragon at the same time. In other words, the effect of the magic flame cannot be superimposed. Eupheli can understand this. If the effect of the magic flame can be superimposed, the Night Elves will produce a bunch of Elven Dragons. When encountering magic heroes like the Prophet, the Elven Dragons all turned into eggs, and then the Prophet killed 2 Night Elf archers with a lightning chain, and at the same time he was electrocuted by a bunch of Elven Dragons. So when playing Warcraft later, Eupheli learned to produce 2 or 3 Elven Dragons in the middle and late stages to contain the enemy's magic troops, and the effect was quite good. In this continent of Slays, the Elven Dragon is the nemesis of all spellcasting units. You know, like the Tree Elves, the Elven Dragon has the passive skill of magic immunity. Eupheli can imagine the dilemma of human mages and priests when facing Elven Dragons. Once the Elven Dragon turns into an egg, the magic unit will be asking for trouble if it casts a spell. You know, the magic system is originally synonymous with weak constitution and anemia. And if you want to attack the elven dragon, to get rid of the dilemma of self-injury when casting spells, the elven dragon is immune to magic. Yufei is also entangled. Well, the 3 arms of the Ancient of Wind are all quite useful, but the hippogriffs need to study the skill of taming hippogriffs to form the hippogriff riders. Since the formation of air power is not very urgent, Yufei decided to first produce the raptor druids from the Ancient of Wind. The number of elven dragons does not need to be too large, and it is okay to train them later. By the way, speaking of air power, the future hippogriff troops can be led by Little Red. The dragon is the overlord of the sky, no one else. In Warcraft, any air unit of the 4 major races going to fight against the dragon is absolutely a dead end, of course, except for those who are shameless enough to bully the 3rd level dragon. Speaking of the battle to sweep the Warcraft, Yufei did not let Little Red participate. First of all, Little Red's dragon power is too ostentatious. Those low-level Warcraft beasts who sense Little Red's dragon power from a distance may run away directly. How can the Night Elves get the magic crystal? Secondly, during this period, Little Red was growing rapidly and would fall into a deep sleep from time to time, so he was not suitable for fighting. As for the ancient tree of knowledge, of course, the mountain giant would come out first. It was a great meat shield, but we had to study its technology first. Only a mountain giant with hardened skin and resistant skin could be truly called a meat shield. But why are the prices of these technologies so low? Researching taming horned hippogriffs. 7,500 units of energy and 7,500 units of wood are needed. Researching hardened skin. 10,000 units of energy and 17,500 units of wood are needed. Researching resistant skin. Blood medicine consumes 5,000 units of energy and 10,000 units of wood. Energy is fine, but there is too much shortage of wood. Yufei sighed in his heart, but he had other technologies he wanted to study. Yufei was not in a hurry to study the shooting technique that increased the attack power of archers, because in addition to shooting, the intermediate moon power in the hunter hall could also increase the attack power of several types of soldiers, including archers. The wood consumed in studying the intermediate power of the moon is the same as that of shooting, and the energy consumption is even less. However, the moon blade of the female hunter must be studied. If this is not studied, the power of the constant attack characteristic of the female hunter above the elite level will be difficult to be reflected. Therefore, the moon blade must be studied, and the consumption of studying the moon blade is 10,000 units of energy and 15,000 units of wood. This means that the taming of the horned beast, hardened skin, resistant skin and moon blade that Yufei wants to study add up to a total gap of 5,000 units of wood. After calculating this number, Yufei couldn't help but groan in his heart. Based on the current 900 units of wood per hour for 30 elves, 50,000 units of wood need to be collected for about 56 hours. And studying these technologies is secondary. The wood consumed by the rapid troops is also very much. Not to mention anything else. The Meat Shield Brigade composed of 50 mountain giants in Yufei's plan requires 1,000 units of wood for each mountain giant. There are other druid training, moon power, wild power and other technologies that need to be studied. With the current speed of wood collection, it may take a long time to form the large-scale combat power that Yufei imagined. Yufei thought again and again, the gap in wood is indeed too large, not to mention that, if he wants to increase the number of soldiers, he has to build more moon wells, which will consume a lot of wood. Therefore, the elves should be expanded. Gritting his teeth and stamping his feet, Yufei decided to expand the elves who collect wood to 100. With 100 elves collecting wood, Yufei can harvest 3,000 units of wood per hour, which is a terrifying speed. Yufei thought carefully and really should make a plan for the next step of development. Although the main resource gap is wood now, the demand for energy will be very large in the future because in the training of soldiers, the consumption of energy will be a huge amount. Then, we have to consider finding new energy mines. After Tyrant and the others rest for a day, let them go to find energy collection points again. They can directly use the light balls on their bodies to build a sub-base, and the energy collection speed will increase again. As for energy and wood consumption, Yufei decided to lean towards technology first. Yufei thought, after all, it is not like in the game where you have to race against time and you may be attacked by the enemy at any time. If you don't train soldiers and just upgrade technology crazily, you can only be slaughtered. The environment he is in now is still relatively safe, and no one will discover the Night Elves. Gargantuan and his friends fled to the Warcraft mountains because of an accident, and if Tyrant hadn't saved them, they would not have been able to reach where they are. Even if they were discovered, what would happen? Small groups of enemies can be easily wiped out with the current strength of the Night Elves. And it is not so easy to mobilize a large force. Even if it is fast, it will take 10 days or half a month, right? It is still in time to switch from technology to soldiers after being discovered. Besides, it is not so easy for a large force to enter the Warcraft mountains. Euphony doesn't believe that the average strength of the army on the continent of Slays can be as high as that of the Night Elves. The ordinary soldiers with low strength and large numbers will definitely die quickly under the magic of Warcraft. Not to mention that Euphony is now in a place that can be called the inner layer of the Warcraft mountains. The advantage of climbing technology first is that if you wait until you have climbed the technology and then increase the number of soldiers, the newly trained units will immediately have strong combat effectiveness, which is much stronger than ordinary units. After climbing the technology, you must build moon wells crazily to prepare idle population for the rapid increase in soldiers. After these two tasks are done, it is the stage of rapid expansion of strength. While completing the two plans of climbing technology and building moon wells, you can also do some chores, such as end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.